all the annual conferences of the European Academy of Religion. And the last one was in June in Scotland. So it's the president of the European Academy of Religion would have wished to be with us today, but then because of many other commitments, especially in Brussels, he was not able to be with us. But he was kind enough to send us a recorded message to say that he is in communion with us. Professor Herman Sedelfers is a professor of church history at the Theological University of Apeldoorn. The University of Apeldoorn is also part of the consortium of the virtual exchanges in religious Euro-Africa dialogue. So if you are ready, we can start with the message from the President of the European
Greetings from the Netherlands. As President of the European Academy of Religion, I want to congratulate you on the initiative of the start of the African Academy of Religion. I'm very happy with this new academy, since we in Europe can learn a lot from you, and I look forward to good cooperation. I must excuse myself for being absent, and I hope that at the next meeting of your academy I can be there and make up for not being there now. And maybe we can meet either in Africa, or you're very welcome to come to the next European Academy of Religion conference in Palermo in May next year. But anyway, we can work together, and I am happy to say that we are very willing to support you in any way we can. I will do that personally, we will do that as executive committee, and we will do that with all the people involved in UR. Have wonderful days, make great plans, and count on me for next time. Bye.
So that's the message from the President of the European Academy of Religion, who has personally committed himself to supporting and journeying with us as we establish the African Academy of Religion. At this juncture, let me invite Reverend Father Felix to come and introduce our next speaker. Welcome, Father Felix. Father Felix is the director of the Institute for Interreligious Dialogue and Islamic Studies at Tangaza University College.
Good morning, everyone. So yesterday, we had two good presentations. One on the role of religion in academia, scholarship as a vocation, and the other one, the contribution of Western monastic life to academia. This morning, for the reason I invoked yesterday, we are going to start with Mr. Sakuba, Professor Sakuba from South Africa, because of logistics. So Professor Sakuba is going to be the first one to speak, and then we'll see how the others come in later on. So Professor Sakuba, he teaches in the fields of religion and technology at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, in Pietermaritzburg. Dr. Sakuba's research interests and teachings focuses on intersection between religion and truth, entitlement and the violence of religion. So, Dr. Sakuba, welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Okay. Good morning once again. It's a pleasure for me to be here. In the introduction, I was introduced as someone who teaches in the area of religion and technology, that it's a religion and theology. So just a little correction there. And I will be very quick, and I would like to apologize. Am I audible? How about now? Okay. I would like to apologize because what I will do, I will try to run through my presentation. Usually when I have time, I'm not very economical with words. I do speak, but unfortunately now I'm just going to run through my slides, and I hope there will be little time for questions as well. I would like to begin by drawing your attention to my title there. The title is Lest They Forget, Lest We Forget, which literally means that in case they forget, and in case we forget. I've decided on this title here because as human beings, we've got a habit of forgetting things that we shouldn't really be forgetting. We forget things that we know, and sometimes we work with an assumption that others, they will not forget, or sometimes that we will not forget. But sometimes we do forget. And in this case, the focus is on the fact that sometimes we do forget that religion is a phenomenon. So I would like to just focus on that, and what do I mean when I say religion is a phenomenon, and I would also like to focus on the importance of religion as a phenomenon. So in the first part of my presentation, which I will run through very quickly, I would like to focus on all the things that we are not likely to forget, things that especially in the academia, things that are always remembered about religion. Okay? The first thing that those who focus on religion, especially those who are pessimistic about religion in the academia, the first thing that they never forget is that a religion is a worldview. And this is true, but what does that mean? As a worldview, a religion is a site of a distinct epistemological framework. So, in the academia, everybody seems to always remember that a religion contains theories of what is true or what is false. It is always remembered as well that religion is an ontological framework, or contains within itself a distinct theological frameworks, which means theories of what exists and versus theories of what does not exist. The same happens with the cosmological framework. The same happens with religion as a site of distinct axiological frameworks. People always remember this. People also always remember that religion is a site of distinct praxeological frameworks. In other words, theories of what constitutes good practice versus what does not constitute good practice. Most importantly, it is always remembered within the academic space or within the scientific community that religion contains within itself a set of ethical frameworks, theories of what is permissible versus theories of what is not permissible. Within this context, we're also looking at religion as a site of very distinct moral theories, which speaks to the area of theories of what is good versus what is evil. What is also always remembered by those who are highly pessimistic of religion within an academic or a scientific community is the fact that religion is a traditional institution. And as a traditional institution, they always remember that religion is a jurisdiction of a traditional authority. And a traditional authority is a custodian of a right belief, a right faith, the right teachings, as well as the right practices. And now if you focus on the right that I keep coming back to there, as soon as one says something is right, to claim or to declare that something is right is to invite contestation, because as soon as I claim that something is right, it is the right teaching, it is the right faith, it is the right teachings or right orthodoxy, the person sitting next to me might immediately ask me, on what grounds are you claiming that this is right? And then from there, contestation begins. Once again, or last but not least, amongst things that those who are pessimistic about religion remember is the fact that religion is a site of contestation. And as a site of contestation, religion consists of intra-religious contestations in and around issues such as questions of legitimacy or lack of legitimacy. Within religious traditions, they would point to claims of legitimacy or allegations of lack of legitimacy. They will also point to questions of historical representation versus historical misrepresentations. For example, there would be claims of accurate historical representations versus allegations of historical misrepresentation of facts. There is also the question of authenticity, claims of authenticity versus allegations of lack of authenticity. All of these, including questions of reliability, all of these constitute what would be what people would look at the reason why people would look at religion as a site of contestation. Last but not least, those who are highly pessimistic about religion also think of religion as a site of conflict, as where conflict takes place the most. And they would be very quick to look at, to associate religion with fundamentalism. I'm talking about fundamentalism here as a violent reaction, not all the time. I'm saying not all the time because fundamentalism, not all fundamentalism is violent, and not all fundamentalism is extremist. So I want to correct that. But they would focus mainly on the violent side of fundamentalism, where they would look at fundamentalism as a reaction to perceived acts of sin, fundamentalism as perceived acts of unbelief, or fundamentalism as a violent reaction to a rejection of religion in social spaces. I'm looking here at modern secularism, or they would look at fundamentalism or at religion as a space where there is fundamentalism that is a rejection to calls for inclusivity or I'm just disturbed by, I hear myself now. I was not hearing myself earlier. But they would also look at fundamentalism as a violent reaction to the human rights culture in general, right? So then you have the association of religion with extremism, and sometimes they would point to religion and its ineffective instrument for conflict resolution and so on and so forth. So what I've just taken you through now is the image of religion that we have become accustomed to. This is sometimes what those who are highly pessimistic about religion within the academy or within the academia would like us to think mostly about. This is the picture that is out there. This is the picture that sometimes causes a lot of discomfort insofar as religion in the academia is concerned. Now the question is, what is it? Because these are some of the aspects that are often remembered. What is it what is it that is often forgotten about religion? Now, I want to focus at mostly forgotten facts about religion. This is where now I come back to the title of my paper, which is Lest They Forget, or Lest We Forget, Religion is a Human Phenomenon. Now, religion is a phenomenon, and as a phenomenon, religion is disruptive. A phenomenon, by its nature, can be or is disruptive. When something transpires, what usually happens is that it transpires in an environment that is stable. When something transpires in an environment that is stable, there is a form of disruption that takes place. When a new phenomenon emerges in an environment, that new phenomenon will invoke investigative questions. I come from a South African context here, where you find new religious phenomena emerging all the time. And when new religious phenomena emerges, it emerges in a space where people are comfortable with the established order. And when a new phenomenon emerges in an established order, it disrupts that established order, and those who are benefiting from the status quo would sometimes raise questions. The questions may come out of discomfort, but the questions may come out of fascination about what has just emerged, and so on and so forth. But both the discomfort and the fascination could lead to investigative questions about religion itself, or about custodians of a particular religious tradition. Once investigative questions emerge about a particular phenomenon, they prompt the naming of phenomena. So when an unfamiliar phenomenon emerges, what those who question the phenomenon do usually, especially if there is no name, the phenomenon is unknown, people would begin to want to name the phenomenon. So there is a process of naming the phenomenon. And the process of naming the phenomenon can possibly lead to two things. One, either accurately naming the phenomenon, or inaccurately naming the phenomenon. Two things. So when the phenomenon is inaccurately named, those who are inside the phenomenon or those who embody the phenomenon would sometimes raise questions about the names that are emerging from those who are naming the phenomenon. So those who name the phenomenon also tend to claim to be experts on a specific phenomena or phenomenon. And in this case, and this also happens with religious phenomenon and with religion as well. If, for an example, you think with regards to the case of African instituted churches, which is a religious phenomenon in a context where I come from, there is a lot of questions that are being raised on whether those who have been studying that phenomenon have done due diligence in terms of properly naming that religious phenomenon or properly naming those new religious movements. And sometimes those who are inside, the insiders, would claim that there has been a misnaming or inaccurate naming of the phenomenon. Once the phenomenon is named, there is another level, and this other level comes through a principle of intellectual property ownership. And we all know that, we all know how this pans out in a modern commercialized dispensation. Here, those who name the phenomenon also becomes owners of knowledge. Now, if you own knowledge, it also means that you can commodify knowledge. So knowledge can also be commodified. Moving to my next step. Another area where there is a lot of forgetfulness is in the area of the fact that there is a relationship between a human phenomenon and dehumanization. So one of the facts that is mostly forgotten about religion is that religion is not just a phenomenon, it is a human phenomenon. Earlier I spoke about phenomenon in general, but now religion is a human phenomenon. And sometimes there's a link between a certain human phenomenon and dehumanization. For example, religion, which happens to be a human phenomenon, is sometimes both directly and indirectly implicated in acts of dehumanizing the other. Sometimes this gets to be forgotten, they get to forget it, and sometimes we get to forget it. For an example, in talking about the other here, I'm referring to how religion can and has been used to dehumanize blacks, non-Europeans, and Africans in particular. Religion has been used to dehumanize the working class. Religion has been used to dehumanize gender non-conforming individuals, women, non-Christians, and not so long, once again you will see my context coming through here, not so long, religion was used to dehumanize victims of HIV and AIDS who were treated as lepers in some instances. But another mostly forgotten fact about religion as a human phenomenon is that as a human phenomenon, religion is on the other hand at the receiving end of what is mostly forgotten, or on the other hand of the often unnoticed acts of dehumanizing phenomenon itself. Sometimes phenomenon itself can be dehumanized. Now, in what way can phenomenon itself be dehumanized? In most cases, we hear about dehumanizing the other. But phenomenon itself can also be dehumanized. How does that take place? What is to dehumanize phenomena? Dehumanization of phenomena is a canning form of reductionism when you reduce human phenomenon to something less than human phenomenon. So dehumanization of the phenomenon takes place every time there is an evident inclination to conceal the human component of an obviously human phenomenon. So when you conceal the human component, or where there is a deliberate concealation of the human component in an obviously human phenomenon, that is a dehumanization of phenomenon. So those who dehumanize human phenomenon tend to reduce what is a human phenomenon to something like gender labels. When we reduce something, a human phenomenon, a phenomenon that can be applied or that is applicable to all human beings, when we reduce it to labels such as gender, ethnicity, where you say this phenomenon is a phenomenon of that ethnicity. This phenomenon, or what is transpiring here, is a phenomenon of that gender, or it is a phenomenon of that culture. For an example, if you say incompetency or corruption is a phenomenon of Africans, or science is a phenomenon of a particular racial group, we dehumanize phenomenon when we associate a particular phenomenon with a specific class, or when we associate it with people who subscribe to a particular ideology. Now, religion has, in the history of religion has also been dehumanized, whereby those who critique religion would forget that religion is a human phenomenon. It is not a phenomenon of the irrational, or it is not the phenomenon of the poor or the unmodernized. Religion has been a victim of that practice of dehumanizing phenomenon. So here there is a dehumanization of the other, which I've just explained, but there is also a dehumanization of phenomenon itself. Now let me come to my last point. I've spoken about most of the things that are usually remembered. I've spoken about most of the things that are usually forgotten about religion. Now in this last slide, which is my last point, I want to focus mainly on the mostly forgotten facts about the study of religion. And to do this, I want to focus on the mostly forgotten facts about a study. What does it mean to study? Amongst other things, to study is to embark on a mission which in all probability should lead to an acquisition of an understanding. To study. It doesn't matter what you study. You could be studying religion, you could be studying society, or studying democracy, or studying a society that you are not familiar with. Ideally, an understanding, I'm saying ideally here deliberately, because this does not happen all the time. But ideally, an understanding decreases the distance between the one who understands and the one or that which is being understood. When I understand something or someone, I decrease the distance, the proximity between myself and that which I am trying to understand. A reduction or an absence of, or once an understanding is acquired, fear, which in most cases is an outcome of a lack of an understanding, either goes away or decreases. I'm saying fear here deliberately because sometimes it is easy to be fearful of something that you do not understand. That is why we talk about phobia or different phobias. I have got a phobia of snakes, but someone has told me that if you could understand snakes, you would actually, your fear of snakes will actually reduce, or it can be minimized. So there is a very close relationship between fear and ignorance. I'm using a word I tried very hard to avoid here. But once you understand something, fear tends to go away. A reduction or an absence of fear creates a conducive environment for tolerance. Once you do not fear something that much, you are able to tolerate that. In other words, you can share the same space with that which you do not fear, even if you do not necessarily like it or love it. But because you know that it poses no danger to you, you can afford to share the same space with that. And that can actually translate into tolerance. Tolerance, on the other hand, increases opportunities for sustained proximity. So when you tolerate something, you are able to be in close proximity with that which you tolerate for longer periods, and sustained proximity creates an opportunity for a discovery of elements which would have been concealed. But not just elements which would have been concealed, but elements that are appealing or elements that are appreciable. So when you come closer to something you did not understand before, and you get to understand it, and you get closer to it, there is a possibility that you might discover things that you appreciate about that object. A discovery of appreciable elements sets the scene for love. And what this means is that an understanding is a precursor to tolerance, and tolerance creates a conducive environment for love. Why is this important in the study of religion? This is important in the study of religion in the sense that to study religion, those who study religion and do so earnestly creates an opportunity for themselves to get closer to the other and possibly to develop tolerance for the other, and that tolerance could translate into love for the other. So within the humanities and within social sciences in particular, it would be disingenuous to not study religion or to not create spaces for the study of religion, because a study of religion is that important. It is that important. So instead of focusing on all the divisive element of religion, which I started with earlier, about all of those things that most people tend to remember about religion, it might be important to remember why it is important to study religion. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to apologize. I'm running through. I'm quite nervous about my flight. And I'm sorry if I... Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sakuba, for this presentation. What I would like to just to highlight in a nutshell, without giving justice to your talk, is the stress on the importance of the study of religion, and in the context of the virtual exchanges in religious Euro-Africa dialogue. The study of religion reduces the fear and creates a conducive outcome of an environment of tolerance. I think that was very clear in the concept of the Viriad. Yeah. The study of religion reduces fear and creates a conducive outcome environment for tolerance, where there is no discrimination whatsoever, and all those reduction you have put there to reduce the religious phenomenon to what is less than human phenomenon by classifying, categorizing gender, race, and all those. So the study of religion helps to overcome that and create an atmosphere of inclusivity and tolerance. That's what I get from your talk this morning. Yeah. So we will allow just maybe 10 minutes of question. Yeah, and then allow you to catch your flight without. Yeah. So fine. Good.
Thank you, Doc, for your wonderful presentation. Please, can you go to where you captioned mostly forgotten facts about religion? I think, in my perspective, the caption, I don't understand it well, because if you look at religion, it's mostly discussed everywhere. And in the field of science, there is study within psychology, philosophy, theology, to understand what religion is and to make it meaningful to its subjects. So if you say mostly forgotten facts about religion, I battle with it small. If you can enlighten me, because most elements within the religious sector or the religion sector are being explained and being studied to help human beings understand what they are about.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question, and thank you for allowing me to clarify that. In my presentation, I also mentioned that we have two communities or two responses to religion. We have those who are pessimistic about a study of religion, and we have those who are not pessimistic about the study of religion. So I think it is important to appreciate that within the scientific community, as the professor yesterday said, there is an evident appreciation of the role of religion in society, And that appreciation is reflected in the increasing interest of amongst scientists, amongst social scientists, philosophers as well, and in there. However, right, the reason why, as religious scholars keep coming back to this seemingly old question, it is because of what I'm saying in my title, the forgetfulness. There is a critical mass of people in society who are unfortunately very vocal and who continue to be very pessimistic about the study of religion. So when I'm talking about the mostly forgotten, I am talking about that group that always forgets this. So I'm not talking about those who understand this. So I think we need to be fair and appreciate that within the scientific community, there are people. Alistair McGrath, who was mentioned yesterday, is not the only one. There are many other Christian theologians who are active within the space of natural theology, who are really appreciating the role of religion. But you also have your Richard Dawkins of this world and other people, and including university management, who are really not keen to appreciate the space of religion in the academia. So it is that pessimistic lot which I am addressing in this paper. I don't know if that makes sense.
Father Innocent, I don't know if I can ask the question or time is over. Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for that practical presentation. I would like to refer back to the issue of the encounter of two phenomena. Now, I'll be very practical when it comes to the encounter between, say, Christianity and our African religions. It is true that Christianity arrived already masked in a certain culture, in a certain context, and was brought to encounter our religions in the same masks and context. My question is, what can we do as African theologians or religious to unmask what is foreign on the new phenomena, new religion, so that we can find an authentic African Christian?
Okay. Thank you for that question. You and I both know that is an old question, a very complex question. What can African theologians do to unmask the wrappings of what Africans had inherited, or that which was bequeathed to Africans, right? Look, quite a lot has been done by our ancestors. I would refer to them as ancestors now. The likes of John Beatty have done this. The likes of Professor Laurenti Magesa have tried to do this. Bolaji Idows of this world have tried to do this within the Catholic context. A classical example of a sterling job in this would be that of Charles Nyamiti, and in all of their work, what strings through in all of the works of the giants that I've mentioned now is to appreciate the value of allowing the gospel to be incarnate within a cultural context. They have allowed, they have called and campaigned for the incarnation of a gospel within a cultural context. In one of his famous publications, which are not very popular or not that well known, John Beatty speaks of Christianity as a gospel plus culture is equal to Christianity. So that formula which John Beatty uses, in my view, continues to be a very useful in all generations. Now cultures, it says gospel plus culture is equal to Christianity. Now cultures evolve. Cultures evolve for many reasons. They evolve for practical reasons. Cultures evolve because of cohesion. Especially African culture sometimes has evolved through cohesion. But cultures evolve for practical existential reasons. And when those cultures evolve, God continues to reveal God's self within those cultural contexts. And when instruments from those cultures are properly put to use to understand the revealed truth of God, then you have authentic Christianity.
So thank you very much for your presentation, and which also gives us indications on a way to approach the study of religion within the Academy of Religion. And the question of Dr. Fred Musindai is quite critical within the African context, and that is the relation between the gospel and culture within the African context, and that comes to the whole issue of enculturation of the gospel in Africa, and they have mentioned pioneers in this field. So the theology of enculturation could be also another aspect that one would look at within the context of Africa as we establish the African Academy of Religion. So thank you very much, and we wish you a safe flight back home. Once again, let us give a clap for. Thank you. Now, welcome, Professor Maura. Okay, so thank you very much. So it's now I'd like to call on Reverend Father Felix to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
So we thank Dr. Sakuba for his presentation of the theme, Lest We Forget, Lest They Forget, Religion as a Phenomenon. Our next speaker is Dr. Samita Zakaria, and he's going to talk to us on the theme, Departments / Institutions of Religion as Centers of Inquiry about religion. Centers, departments or institutes of religion as centers of inquiry about religion. Dr. Zakaria Samita is a senior lecturer in the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at Kenyatta University. He also chairs the Departmental Board of Postgraduate Studies. He has also chaired the department and been a campus director of the same university before. Dr. Samita received his PhD in 2004 from Kenyatta University, from where he also got his Masters of Arts, both in religious studies. He has taught at the university for about 30 years. Prior to attaining his PhD, he was the first winner of the International Graduate Research Fellow, Concordia Seminary, St. Louis of Missouri, United States, on August 30th, November, in the year 2000. And he was awarded a certificate of recognition for addressing contemporary issues with the historical Christian faith. His research interest, supervision of postgraduate students, publications and teachings is majority in African culture and African Christian studies. In this forum, he seeks to look at the role of university departments and institutes of religion and theology as critical centers of religion. He highlights how this has helped to promote academic discourse on the religion. Dr. Samita, most welcome.
Asante sana. So good morning, everyone. Yeah, it gives me very great pleasure to be with you this morning, just to share some reflections on this topic. Particularly at this time, we are launching the Academy, the African Academy of Religion. I must appreciate those who have gone before me. They have done very good work. Yesterday's presentation through the keynote address by Professor Kamara, and then Professor Selvam. In fact, Selvam cleared the way for me because he gave us a historical overview of, the way religion, monasteries were centers of, knowledge, promoting knowledge in the society. And therefore, I didn't have to go to that history again. This morning, I just want to appreciate the fact that most of us in the unfolding Academy of Religion, we come from institutions. And these institutions have played a very significant role, which we would like to just remind ourselves as we begin our Academy of Religion. As we begin, before this Academy of Religion, before departments, before anything, in the beginning, we have a lived experience among our people. Our people have always had a lived religion, a lived spirituality. And I don't want to go into the definitions because Professor Kamara did that very, very well. In a country like Kenya, which I'm using just for purposes of being in a context, situating myself in a context, but I think it can be applied in other parts of Africa. When talking about Kenya, we have in mind ethno-linguistic communities that total to about 43. And all these communities have had faiths, have had religious expressions that have certain commonalities, but that have also had some unique features. Now, where we are right now, post-colonial, what is the situation? We are in a situation in Kenya and the rest of Africa where African religion is still lived out by these communities that I've talked about here in Kenya and elsewhere in our continent. Now, a little bit back in the 18th century, we have the advent of colonization, and we all have various studies on colonization. But one of the things we remember about colonization is that within that period, we also had an increasing presence of, planting and continued presence of Christianity in its diverse expressions. We're talking of Catholicism, Protestantism, and now Pentecostalism, and other new religious movements that have become part and parcel of our religious landscape in this country and elsewhere. We also note that there is a notable growing presence of Islam and other religions, other world religions. In other words, we are in what we would call not only a multi-ethnic society, but we are also in a multi-religious society. Now, in the colonial period, I would like just to sample a few realities for purposes of tying them with what our discussion is this morning. During that colonial period, when we reflect on the background of the study of religion, what comes to our mind are the anthropologists, and in our case, we would have British anthropologists who are the first to carry out a study on the African people, including their religion. And I think we have lots and lots of information on that. And then we also come across Christian missionaries who not only propagated the gospel, but they also, in a way, stood as heralds of the study of religion. And out of this, we have the development of theories of religion. We come across various methodologies of studying religion. We come across the development of texts that are related to religion. And not less important, there's also the development of institutions. Everywhere where we have the presence of missionaries, there was a school. But apart from schools, we also had the development of theological institutions, Bible schools, seminaries that became the first centers of, inquiring on religion in our space. But a serious inquiry that was academic on religion comes much, much later, because the development of university education came a little bit later in in our country and most of the African countries. At independence, what situation do we find? We find a Western education that is predominant in learning institutions, with emphasis on Christianity in our schools, and in our case, it was along the British structure in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the calendar, in terms of the content, and even the facilitators, the human resource. So they were the early, the early propagators of the study of religion. And of course, as I've said earlier on, this led to the production of texts and other material regarding the study of religion. Now, within that same background, in post-independent Kenya, and I think this would apply elsewhere, we see an attempt of trying to Africanize education to meet the national goals of the independent African countries. In the course of doing that, the study of religion was, in most of the countries, Kenya included, predominantly in schools, right from primary, and in our case, primary school, secondary school, we had, in our case, the O-level, that is from 1 to Form 4, and then A-level, from 5 and 6. And the emphasis was still on Christianity, but doors started opening for other religions, the study of Islam, Hinduism, and much later, with the pressure from particularly African scholars, there was pressure for African religion, just like there was pressure for African literature, African history, etc., etc. And then we begin to see the evolvement of university education, although it was very limited to the few. It's interesting that at independence, we didn't have a full-fledged university in East Africa. We had the University of East Africa, which was actually a satellite of the foreign universities. So although we got independence in 1963, it was not until 8 years later that we actually had the first university in 1970. And the establishment of the University of Nairobi, which was our first university, happened at the same time with the establishment of the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies. And this was to, kind of become the template of other future universities. So generally we could say, as we look at the 80s up to today, we still have a relatively very young history, actually a history of less than 50 years when it comes to university education, with also a very small population. If you compare the university population with the general population, then it's a very miserable percentage. But with the time, we realize that there occurs a very rapid development of university education. From 1970, we had the second university in 1984, then 1985, we had Moi University, then we had Kenyatta University in 1985. And then thereafter, there was a floodgate of university, to the extent that currently we have over 30 public universities, 30 chartered private universities, including QUEA, and then 30 universities which have a letter of interim authority. So we can see that there has been a very rapid development of universities in Kenya and I think elsewhere in Africa. That is our first university, University of Nairobi. And then we have Moi University, we have Kenyatta University, and many others. Now, many of these universities have departments or institutes that offer religion or religious studies, or theological studies at bachelor's, at master's, and doctoral levels. Now, my argument is that these departments and these institutes have played a very big role. They have remained centers of developing professionals and researchers who are distinguished by their diligent inquiry, critical reflection about religion. I don't want to repeat what the previous presenters have given us. I mean, we have the likes of Mbiti, we have Kot Pipitek, we have Bolaji Ido, and the list is endless, that pioneered in the study of religion from different perspectives. And they have done quite a lot in the study of not only African religion, but also the various religions that have a presence on our continent. Now, I would like to look at 5 areas in which these centers of religion, these departments and institutes have contributed in the study of religion. Now, to begin with, I would like us to look at these departments in terms of quality education and training. That these institutes, through undergraduate and postgraduate programs, they have been able to provide, religious studies at all those levels. We have postgraduate MA and PhD students in religion and religious studies, in theological studies, some majoring in African religion, in Christianity, in Islam, and other world religions. But we also have a bigger percentage, the undergraduates, particularly the B.Ed arts, who end up being secondary school teachers. I was looking at the statistics. In 2021 in Kenya, we had about 3.7 million students in public and private secondary schools. And this was an increase of about 5% from the previous year. So we have a very heavy population in secondary schools, and the teachers who teach CRI, Christian Religious Education, IRE, that is Islamic Religious Education, and Hindu Religious Education, as approved by the Ministry of Education, are actually, they get their education in these departments, in these institutes of religious studies or religion. Here in Tangaza, we have CTIE, I think, yeah, CTIE, that does that. And you'll find that they generate, a critical mass of students who go to teach religion or promote the study of religion in our country. I remember when we were having our discussions in Virid, we realized that in countries like Tanzania, the story is different. But here in Kenya, at least we have that advantage that there is promotion of religion, the teaching of religion right from primary school, secondary school, and the university. Yeah, then another area would be in staff development, that graduates from public and private universities service most of these secondary school learners by teaching CRE, as we have seen, IRE and HRE, as approved by the Ministry of Education. But on the other hand, we also have the staff development at the university, where those who have done BA, BEd, and Bachelor of Theology, they proceed to do masters on staff development and later do PhD, and they are mentored and equipped to become academic and professionals as university lecturers. I remember actually my entry point into graduate studies at the university was actually on a forum of staff development. I came through as a graduate assistant, then a tutorial fellow, then later on I joined the rank of the faculty. So this has been the way through which these institutes have continued to develop scholars who become part of the faculty, not only of those universities, but also other universities. Research engagement, I think every university has in its mission and vision an emphasis on research. And especially at master's and PhD levels, through coursework and field research, which has led to the development of very many projects, very many theses and dissertations. I think that's one of exhibits of research engagement in our institutions. And we must really appreciate that these researchers have helped to bring out various components about religion. The components we saw yesterday, religion and development, religion and gender, religion and politics, belief systems, all the various aspects of religion have been part and parcel of the research engagement in these institutions. And of course, the faculty also engage either independently, as they are independently funded, or predominantly by non-government agents to do research. And this research has added a lot of value to the study of religion. The fourth dimension is in terms of publications. Apart from the thesis, we have a testimony of these institutions being centers of producing resource material that is used at various levels of teaching religion, and most of these materials would be linked either directly or indirectly to the university faculty. And as I've already pointed out, it touches on various aspects of human and societal life. The previous presenter was talking about the phenomenological aspect of religion, and some of these publications actually are phenomenological, others deal with the for instance, psychology of religion, etc., etc. And I think as the virtual space continues to broaden, I think these publications continue to reach a wider scope. And I think this is very, very commendable, and we need to appreciate that. And then lastly, these centers of religion have been very, very instrumental in knowledge dissemination and knowledge sharing on religion. And I have in mind scholarly exchange forums, conferences, workshops, various partnerships, collaborations and associations. And today we talk of physical and virtual forms of exchange. When I was growing up as a young scholar, I remember some of the associations that really helped to shape our religious inquiry. I have in mind associations like the SACO that is still present. We have associations like ITWOT, Ecumenical Association of Third World Theologians. We have ESEAT, the Ecumenical Symposium of Eastern African Theologians. the African Association of the Study of Religion, AASR, Association of Theological Institutions in East Africa, ATIEA, and even the World Forum for Theology and Liberation, WFTL, amongst very many of the other, scholarly exchange. And one of the things I still remember passionately is that through such forums, we would do research and come to conferences, share knowledge, and then out of that, a publication, something that has continued to date. So with all this, especially as we think about the African Academy of Religion, what is our way forward? I would like to look at a few areas that as we launch the African Academy of Religion, I think one of the challenges we must think about is the impact of the shrinking government funding of university education programs and research, and especially what this means to the study of religion. I think one of the casualties of the programs, we'll say some of the areas that are threatened when it comes to government attention is actually religion. If you listen to many politicians, they talk of science and less emphasis on humanities. But I like what Professor Selvam presented yesterday, that at the end of the day, we must approach our studies in a holistic way. But we cannot take lightly the fact that there seems to be a shrinking attention by our African governments when it comes to the study of religion. So what is likely to happen? I've mentioned quite a number of associations. I talked about ITWOT, I talked about ESEAT, and the rest. And one of the questions we must ask ourselves, even as we think about the African Academy of Religion, what happened to them? Why is it that the energy that seemed to be in this association is not there? And one of them may have to do with the resource mobilization. So what are we going to do to create sustainable modes of resource mobilization so that we can have in-depth study of African religion? The other aspect that I would like us to consider is directing the study of religion to human and the societal needs amidst intense dynamism. There's a lot of dynamism presently. How can we direct the study of religion on the human needs and the societal needs? In many of our institutions, the catchword is the market needs. Anything that doesn't serve the market, it is irrelevant. So how do we deal with this delicate balance of studying religion as a discipline, but also trying to tie it with the needs on the ground? There is also the challenge of quality scholarship, especially in this era of virtual resources. I'm reading a thesis from a particular university right now as an external examiner. And as I read, because this is work that has come from field research. But when you look at it, you look at the quality of the research, you begin to get very much worried on what is happening in our institutions. It's no longer a secret that with the development of artificial intelligence, there are also some general issues that we are going to face. when we were having private discussions amongst ourselves, it became evident that many times our students have perfected the art of, of cyber research. And by cyber research, it means somebody will give you a very wonderful research on religion, a research that was never done. But it was only done at the cyber. So at the end of the day, we are asking ourselves, in whose interest would be such research? Who is it benefiting? And I think this is becoming a common trend in these institutes that we are talking about, that students are becoming very, very competent in competence, and that's a really big challenge. I think we also have to contend with methodological approaches that many times perhaps we have rode on theories that have always been there without developing new theories, developing grounded theories, theories that are emerging from our own realities. I think that's a challenge that we must think about even as we look at these institutions of religious studies. How can we encourage the development of new theories, grounded theories, approaches that will bring new knowledge out of our continent, out of our institutions, to be shared on the global market. And within the methodological approaches, I think it's also to think about, I think many of these researchers from our department and institutes look at the communities and the respondents merely as sources. The expert, the community is a source. The respondents are a source. But to what extent do we look at these communities where religion is lived out as partners in the creation of this study? I think that's one of the challenges that we are facing, and we need to think about that. These are just questions I'm throwing to you, not that I have answers. I think we all must come up with answers as we reflect on the way forward on the African Academy of Religion. But I want to emphasize that departments of religious studies, institutes of religious studies, theological institutions have played a very big role, and we cannot lightly take that role. And I think they leave a challenge to us as we look at the future of these institutions of religion in the days to come. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me.
So thank you very much, Dr. Samita, on this survey of what has been already done since the advent of universities in Africa, and especially in the Kenyan context, and the institution of Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies, and the contribution that these have done in creating personnel who serve the community, especially in our educational institutions, but at the same time aware of the challenges these institutions are facing, especially with the waning of government funds towards such institutions, and institution of Institute of Religious and Studies are the first to suffer that. Also, you have also mentioned that other associations exist, but the energy is not there. Yeah, I think when we are talking about the circle, we are talking about the circle of concerned African women, where Professor Mwaura was part of, and then Professor Mary Getui and others. So there's to give space, for women within the theological discourse. Yeah. So and then so what are we going to bring new about that? And then the last one of the biggest challenge now is about resource mobilization. One of the key things that we need to critically think about. But with the partnership that exists already, maybe that can be a solution can be found. So let us give him once again a clap of appreciation. Yeah. So let us take some few questions which are addressed to him.
Thank you very much, Father Innocent, and thank you, Dr. Samita, for that wonderful presentation. I just want to comment on theological associations that mentored some of us. And yes, some have been lethargic due to funding, but mostly it's because of maybe inability to mobilize ourselves, because there are some other associations that are very functional, like the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. Now people are preparing for a General Assembly in Ghana next year, and there is a lot of energy in writing of papers, researching and writing of papers in preparation for that. Then there is also the World Forum for Theology and Liberation. It's very alive and well, with also representation in Africa. And they are linked to the World Social Forum. And so there is a conference next year, February, in Kathmandu in Nepal. So I think it is upon ourselves as scholars to collaborate with other institutions, private and public, and also create that energy that is lacking, so that we can revive associations that are not functional, or create others that will be able to mobilize people around certain themes, and so that they can feel that it's something they can contribute to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's very, very correct. As the professors rightly pointed out, the likes of Mugambi, the late Professor Anne Nasimiyu, Professor Mary Getui, those are the people that mentored us through these associations. And I think the challenge has been put to us: what can we do to strengthen these collaborations? Because those are the mentoring grounds, for scholarship in religion. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof, for that powerful presentation. And I'm encouraged even by mentioning Circle of the Concerned Women Theologians. Actually, it was the first that you mentioned. It is the organization that the forum that has also mentored us. Actually, my first publication was through the Circle of the Concerned Women Theologians, likes of Professor Mwaura and our own also at St. Paul's University, Professor Esther Mombo, who has also mentored us a lot. Maybe, I don't know whether it's a a concern, or maybe something that we may think together. Maybe what do you see as the future of research now that we are in artificial intelligence, whereby we have cyber-produced papers, cyber-produced research, and now getting, I don't want to say maybe a genuine, I don't know whether getting a genuine paper or research nowadays, you may struggle a lot. I don't know, what is your wisdom? Or rather, what would you say we would, of course, embrace or do in order, of course, to curb? We are not going backward because artificial intelligence is there to stay, to remain. But what is your advice to the young scholars? Thank you.
I don't know whether I'm better placed to advise on that. I'm not sure because I'm not a guru in that. But again, just reflecting on research. The other day with a colleague, we were saying that nowadays, before a student begins to analyze data, we must demand that, may I see the raw data? Let me see the raw data. And you see, it's a way of just trying to make sure that we strengthen the loopholes that are there. Because even with the, artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence will not go to the ground. We must use the benefits of these virtual resources to complement research. Nothing can replace in any thesis, especially if it's a field research related thesis. Nothing can replace being on the ground and getting the information. No artificial intelligence can help. But if you combine raw data with artificial intelligence, then you are likely to come up with something very good. So I think it's a challenge to the supervisors, it's a challenge to the students, that you want to do something that you'll be proud of. When I look back, I was telling Dr. Magoti that I was very proud when I had the first paper published, and Professor Magesa went through and said, this is good. But he asked me, where did you get this? Where did you get this? You know, he was very concerned about the sources. And he helped me, you know, really acknowledge the sources from the ground. And when it went to a publisher, it got an automatic okay, because there was that combination of using the benefits of you know, the virtual resources we had acquired at that time, and the field research. So I think it's a challenge to the supervisors and also the students that we can't go back, but both the virtual resources and the actual resources must be combined. But I'm sure maybe somebody would want to add on that.
Thank you so much for your wise council presentation. It's really very important and very deep. As you were presenting, I was forced to think of Okot Pibitek, our Ugandan compatriot, when he talked of academic smugglers and academic emissaries. Of course, then it was a reaction against Professor John Samuel Mbiti. You know, they were doing their academic gymnasium. That being the case, are we not, especially having the issue of online cyber, are we not going to get into a trap, a previous trap, where we used to have armchair critiques, stay-at-home scholars who purport to know more about Africa than the Africans themselves when they were writing back in Europe? Are we not going to have such a trap? Because what I foresee is, yes, like he already indicated, we'll write very good papers, very deep papers, but lacks the research component. Are we also not going to fall into that trap, Prof? Thank you.
We have no reverse gear. We are moving forward, but it's possible. I mean, it's important for us to appreciate where we are going, the benefits of these virtual spaces, that they are creating wider opportunities for us. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we cannot develop the same critical skills in these virtual spaces. I wasn't a witness to the, the philosophical gymnasia between Mbiti and Okot Pibitek, but I witnessed that in our own university. We had great scholars in the Department of History, Department of Religion, where, I mean, you'd see very heated exchanges, but very healthy. And the idea was to develop critical assessment and critical inquiry into whatever you are presenting. And I think we can still do the same through online forums. I think the challenge is, how do we develop these critical skills, critical reading of whatever comes to us? Because if I receive a paper from Netherlands that is very good research from Africa, I'll want to interrogate the sources, isn't it? I'll want to interrogate the sources. What are the sources? And we must admit that there are people who have come from other countries and they have done good work. But we also have a number that have done shoddy work. Just like we have our own who have done very good work and we have others who have done shoddy work. So I think it's neither in the virtual space that is being predominant or the other space that we have been in. I think the answer lies in developing critical skills, in the study of religion. And that is a challenge that we have. Critical skills in terms of collecting data, in terms of analyzing data, etc., etc. That is the challenge we need to develop. And that's partly why I talked about methodologies. How can we challenge our students on methodologies? Methodologies of data gathering, data analysis, data, especially analysis. How do they analyze and then make conclusions? I think that's where we need to emphasize. I don't know whether there's anybody to add on that.
Okay, thank you. Still on the attempt to, I want to make an attempt to profess solution or an answer to the question. You see, it's a big one, and as you have rightly said, we are not going back. But it is not what can be resolved at a glance. I want to say in this perspective that it will involve a lot of conscience formation to do a research work and to do it sincerely the individual should not look at, or the institution should not look at graduating students or persons. But having been a graduate, what do I stand to offer? Imagine I'm going to fly the whole house and I'm a pilot. And I don't have the expertise of it, but I'm a graduate. I will end up depositing everybody here in the Sambisa forest or in the sea, including myself. And that would be a great loss for the nation or a community. So this is all about the conscience formation, and this does not end in a classroom, and it's not what we can get in the class. The parent has a lot of role to play in this. The institution have a lot of role to play. No matter the methodology put in place, anybody who wants to cut corner will cut corner. But once the conscience is on it that, yes, imagine a doctor. The buttock has 4 parts where injection could go. There are places it could go. If it goes into the wrong place, the person comes out more sick than he went to the hospital. And so the right thing is getting it right and doing it in the right way. So conscience formation must come into play. And so that is why the onus lies more on us, even as pastors, priests, ministers, parents. It is a lot of ball game, and a lot have to be put into it. The conscience, once it is formed, let us do it the right way. It is either the right way or no way. Thank you.
Thank you.
So allow me just to bring this to a close, not because of time, but in the afternoon we shall have time for debate on the panel, and some of the questions that you have may come at that time. So just I beg your forgiveness so that we can have a break of half an hour. Debbie, do we go to the cafeteria for the break? And then we start here again at past. I will take half an hour. Of course, the conversation and the questions can continue as we are taking the cup of tea. So thank you very much. Once again, thank you, Dr. Samita, for this presentation. Thank you. So we try to be here in the room at half past. Yeah, thank you.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name capstv.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi.
from Dr. Sakuba on lest they forget religion as a phenomenon. That was the first talk that we had. And then the last one, which we had just before we went for the tea break, from Dr. Samita, departments, institutes of religion as centers of inquiry about religion. The next theme that we are going to have is on the role of religion in academia, from the general theme of the conference, antagonistic or partners in search for knowledge. This presentation is going to be presented by Dr. Adnan Jasso Golole, who is an adjunct lecturer here at Tangaza at IRDIS. He holds a PhD in Islamic Studies and Arts from Sakarya University in Turkey. He has a master's degree in Islamic philosophy from Ankara University in Turkey and a BA in Islamic Studies from Umma University here in Kenya. His research interests includes Islamic studies, Islamic theology, Islamic history, and Islamic philosophy. Dr. Golole, please welcome.
Good morning. Pleasure to be with you. As introduced, I'm Dr. Adan Jarsogolole, an adjunct lecturer here at IRDIS. My topic, as you see, is the role of religion in academia, antagonistic or partners in search for knowledge. Somehow, if you see that topic, is you may say that in one way or another, also Dr. Selvan somehow touched on that topic. But I'm going to also add, maybe that is a fate of presenting my paper somehow a bit late. Then I move to the introduction. The introduction is that this study is a conceptual analysis of the role of religion in academia and antagonistic or partners in search for knowledge. The study tries to shed light on the role of religion in academia, more specifically, how religion partners with academia to develop human knowledge. Actually, there is that conversation, which was also yesterday mentioned, whereby we see there is on one side we see religion, on the other side there is science, but the space they are fighting in is the space of now human knowledge and in terms of developing human intellectual capabilities. And I felt that I should start, first of all, with defining what religion is. And first, we said, since religion and academia are themes abstract, that is in themselves, I believe it's crucial to start our conversation, first of all, with the definition of these two terms. Because even academia and religion is understood differently. Or even in some cases, if you look at the phenomenology of religion, you'll see religion defined has more than 10 definitions. That is why now, to first of all specify that definition, my definition of religion is that religion is human beings' relation to what which they regard as holy, sacred, absolute, spiritual, divine, or worthy of special reverence. That is now, in this case, as we are talking about religion, then our definition for this conference of the term religion is that. Then, if we move to academia, academia or academy is the society of learned individuals organized to advance art, science, literature, music, or some other cultural or intellectual areas of endeavor. From the definition above, it is prudent to say that the definition given for religion is theological. So that is only a theological definition of religion. That also leaves us to, first of all, to understand there are multiple other definitions of religion. But theologically, that is the definition of religion. The academia meant here is also a modern academy of science, because academia in maybe Plato's time and Aristotle's time is different from the academia that we know today. So it's quite evident from the definition that the realm of religion and academia are different. So therefore you might ask yourself, then what? Because already there is two different realms. Hence one asks, what role, if any, religion plays in matters of what? Academia. However, before answering this question, I guess it is beneficial to say one or two on the challenges or on the challenging relationship between the two, which may have necessitated this topic of discussion. And need not to say, and as even said earlier, you will see that the topic of academia and religion, and the issue concerning its relation, is over-researched. Therefore, there is so many research on the relation of what? The relation between science, in this case I'm using academia and science and religion. Historical events have shown that religion and academia have for centuries differed on the topic of human knowledge. But if you look at these historical events, you will see that academia and religion differed on the topic of human knowledge, or what is also in some cases termed as the knowledge conflict by others. That this conflict between academia and religion and science or academia is seen as the knowledge conflict. How human knowledge or intellectualization should be best done or served has always antagonized these two institutions of great importance in many instances in history. That you'll see if you look at the history, starting from the Plato's time, when at that time, in fact, what we discuss is not even religion, it's paganism versus science. And later Christianity versus science, later Islam versus science, and then now today, also still, we talk about science and religion. And I wanted to summarize, but because already it was captured in one way or another by Dr. Selvin, I first of all wanted to mention the 539 AD closure of the Academy of Alexandria. For any student of philosophy knows what it meant by closure of the School of Alexandria and Athens, and later the migration of the scholars to the Asian Minus, the School of Edessa and Gudishapur. Edessa or Haran school, in the early time of Islam, also played a great role in terms of also transferring science, or what is termed to be science, or at that time philosophy, to the Islamic world. But also Islam at that time, because there was no clash between religion and science, embraced that philosophy and science, and that is why up to now we keep on mentioning what Islam has done to science. until when it reached a time when Mihna process started. Mihna is now when the clash between science and religion started. And whether scholars, or maybe especially in terms of justice, the Qadis should be a religious learned Qadis or a Qadi who has learned some science and religion. Until finally, you'll see in the Islamic world especially, because the Christian were already discovered by Salvan, maybe it's good for me also to mention the Islamic world. And we'll see until Khalif Mu'tazid, who is the 10th century Khalif, finally decided to even close, that is to stop this rivalry between science and religion. He felt that he should now take the path of religion and close all what the institution of philosophy and science at that time by even abolishing the selling of philosophical books that from that time. And that is why, in fact, in Islamic history, if we check maybe the problem of terrorism and all that, and fundamental thinking, in one way or another, is related to these closures, because religious people, the traditionalists, had upper hand of now, or maybe interpreting the religion at that time in the way they feel like interpreting, without involving people who have maybe some critical form of interpretation or also understanding of religion. And from 10th century up to maybe 17th century, even Dr. Salvan himself summarized. So there is no need for me also to do that. But it is good also for me to mention something about 17th century, which also explains or maybe gives even a picture of where we are today. You see that the period between 17th century and 20th century was difficult for religion. Because, as you know, when the fight between the Protestant and the Catholic, and the fight that happened and the killing of millions of people, and finally the Treaty of Westphalia was written in 1648, if I'm not wrong, they decided that at that time now, religion should be kept aside. And we came with something which is now the relation between society is based on a sovereign state. That is why we still have what is now called international relation. But in this world now, because of the importance of religion, you will see now interreligious dialogue coming. Maybe very soon we're going to have a clash between interreligious dialogue versus international relation, now fighting on the same space. However, we say the mid-20th century, or the post-modernity turn, the table and paved the way for religious mind to flourish, because the truth is now again being viewed beyond calculation and laboratories. Yes, starting from the time when now, that time of the Westphalia, where religious people are closed in churches and mosques, and they are told not to make any view on issues of politics or any issues of science, and that when they talk, they should be something which is related with humans and gods only. Then you will find that what? Until we reach now 20th century, we find that this secularism is not taking us any further. There is need again for humanity to also embrace religion. Though the above-mentioned historical event may show some altercation between the religion and academy, the world has come to realize that the two are not separate at all, and they are interconnected, are interdependent. And I think that is what I wanted, first of all, by argument was that yes, maybe if we study history, we see that there is a fight between science and religion, but actually they are not fighting. They are not fighting. They are just competing to develop the human knowledge. And that religion and academia have for centuries spearheaded the development of human knowledge and collaborated on the same where necessary. And therefore, there is no clash. Actually, it's a fight to develop the human knowledge. And it's good maybe to look at it from that perspective. Because in just the same way, the antagonism between these two has caused some alienation and suffering, Their collaboration is believed to bring development and happiness to human society, which maybe there's no need for me to mention one by one. There's so many development which is what? Outside there, which came as a result of relation between religion and science. In contrast, the recent development in socio-political, economical, and academic transformation in the world has manifested that the secular ethos advocated from the 17th century has led to a global crisis. That there is now a global crisis whereby values now, we are now fighting for values because this new norm or the new secular norm is not giving us the human values that we want. This crisis of secular rationalism brought about in many ways by overemphasis on economic rationalism and neoliberalism that is market-oriented, whereby academia is seen as now market. It's no longer now a place where people exercise their intellect, but it is a market whereby learners are considered as clients, and then instructors are also machines offering services whereby they produce many graduates as possible, as many as possible. That is why now the value of that human value is now lost, and what we are producing are just what graduates, and after graduates. This has led to this contemporary society to look for led to a contemporary society to look for ways of resisting, reforming, and potentially also revolutionizing this dominant secular notion. Thus requires the revelation or revaluation and reaffirmation of the role of religion in academia. What is apparent is that while the olden day religion and academia discourse or what it was on whose truth is true, when scholars of academy of maybe religion and also science used to fight on also not even fighting, but compete on developing human intellect, what you normally see is that the question of whose truth is true. But now we have in the contemporary world discourse, what we have is what? Is the dilemma of erosion of human values. And now religion is asked to instill that values, which also sometimes makes somebody to ask, is the work of religion only to instill values? Because maybe religion has something bigger than that. Or should religion always follow science and come after sciences and clean after sciences what the science has left? Or should it have its own field whereby it has to prosper? The crucial role of religion in academia in the contemporary world, therefore, is to advocate or maybe inculcate value-based teaching and learning, not market-based or market-related or producing only graduates, but graduate with values and have humanistic feelings. Not that is focused on moral education. That is not only focused on moral education, that when we say human values, not human values that is focused only on moral education, but human knowledge aimed at developing the overall personality of a learner. Education that does not address, this in fact one of the writers says that education that does not address the spiritual development of student is incomplete. Therefore, I think what we are suffering today is that incomplete, the result of that incompleteness that we cultivated through our academies. It involves interpreting the voluminous religious literatures into simplified, easily accessible information. That is, in fact, it's also on the shoulders of religious people to interpret and reinterpret their books and their materials such that they're going to simplify also for science students. Also, religion, maybe its role should also be questioning new questions. Secular academies have overlooked or ignored. Yes. especially the issue of the human value. Then all maybe reintroduce the sense of learners also interconnectedness to the whole society, that you see the learner see himself not as an individual only, because the individual is what is sold to us by that secular thinking, but learner should now see himself as part of the society and humanity, and also related to environment, and also giving meaning to life. And I thank you for listening. That is what I have to say for this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Golole, for complementing actually the discussions of yesterday. So there is an issue of value-based learning and teaching, which was part of the talk of Professor Eunice Kamara. And then the role of the monastic life in the academia, what Professor Selvam spoke about yesterday, looking at the Christian perspective, and he was very much saying this is a Christian perspective. And today you are bringing in also the Islamic perspective, yeah? Starting from the closure of the school of Alexandria, then the transfer to the Islamic world, and even then the clash between science and religion, and suppression of science in favor of religion, and that has created somehow what you have called maybe the origin of all these fundamental interpretation and so on, because they have put aside a critical thinking, and then extremist view of religion have taken over. So thank you very much for this. It's really at the heart of the topic of the role of academia. Should they really be opposed? Should we really oppose? Or is science and religion, are they opposed? Maybe they should not be, because all of them are about development of human knowledge and human thinking. So thank you very much, and then we open now the floor for the questions. Yes, Dr. Venn.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gorore, for the wonderful presentation. One of the things you mentioned, you said that new secular norms are not giving us values, most probably minimum human values. So I was wondering, your presentation presupposes that human values are religious values. In other words, which comes first? Do we need to be religious to have those values, or we need to be human to have those values? Which one comes first? It's like chicken-egg dilemma.
Maybe 2 or 3 questions at the same time, yeah?
Thank you, Dr. My name is Winnie Kiza Murodo Spencer, and my question is a bit intertwined with what Dr. Professor was asking. You've said there is no clash between morality and what I call realism. So at what point do these two things intertwine? Do we be religious first, and then, the difference between now morality and reality?
think the question is whether the values, the moral values, or maybe the science values, as you said, and the human, or maybe the religions. I think that one is normally in the study of civilization. When they teach civilization, it has a very long chain, whereby, and it starts with human. It starts with human. There is no any other value, even if it is a scientific value. It has to, in one way or another, even religion, serves human. Science also serves human. Therefore, in that case, any value, whether it is scientific or religious, in one way or another is a human, values. The only problem that now we are focusing on, we are seeing now, is that only one side of the value, which is materialistic side, whereby nowadays science only deals with materials. Therefore, the focus is more of now materials and producing market and also market-oriented thinkings. But what we are lacking is now the meaningful part. For human is even, human being himself has soul and body, which means he has material part and also the meaningful part. Then for also him to live the same way, he has to have the meaningful part and the material part at the same time. Just the same way his body is complete with physical and the mental part. That is what maybe I can say. At the issue of now where science and that one meet, I think they meet in terms of that knowledge of human, the truth, actually, what we talked about, the true. And normally, what science calls for knowledge is a true justified belief. Is it also? Knowledge is a true justified belief. Then the truth, then in that case, can be either from God according to the religious understanding, and also it is also from what scientific understanding, it has its own order. But we know that all truth, because unless we believe in multiple truth, there is only one truth. In that case, they meet at that now point of truth. Whether it is science or religion, they will teach us on the truth. That's what maybe I can say. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, now it's working. You mentioned the tensions between the two. My question goes back to the 10th century, and as you know, being also a scholar in philosophy, Islamic philosophy, I suppose. There's this argument that with the closure of Ijtihad with Imam al-Ghazali, there's still a problem in Sunni Islam. How is it being addressed, particularly when you consider the countries like Egypt, whereby there's some religious truth that cannot be criticized?
I think that one, for us to understand that, especially we need to understand the 10th century scholar. In fact, it's deep inside the Islamic jurisprudence. I think it is good for us to understand, first of all, Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal and the followers now, people who are following his tradition, whereby he emphasized only on Quran and Hadith, and that he will not accept anything which is reason or logic. So the followers of Imam al-Hanbali, and in fact, Imam al-Hanbali was even killed for rejecting logic or reason. So his followers up to now are the ones maybe that you see when you see in Egypt. The ones who will not accept anything which is concerned with logic are still his followers, his students. The ones who feel they are somehow related to Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal's view of the Islam, whereby interpretation should only be done, if any, that should be only based on Quran and Hadith, not logic. I think it's that clash now, even in Islamic world, where we should now, should we use logic or not?
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I think it is logical, consistent, and it flows. And I think the conclusion you reached is justified. It follows from your premises. I'm standing here to draw the attention of the participants to one reality when we talk about religion. And it is this. There is no pure religion. All religions are cultural. They may have received the word of God in whichever way they did, but finally that word is translated into a language which is a cultural reality. You cannot separate religion from its culture. Since yesterday we are talking about, the debate has been about, I think it's about Christianity. But Christianity itself is a cultural reality. It's embedded in Western culture. And I would imagine even Islam, even Hinduism. So why am I emphasizing culture? And it is important because, and you are talking about academia there. For me, the problem with academia in Africa, it is rotten. We in academia are the most, I don't want to generalize, I'm sorry. But if you ask me, we are the ones who are destroying Africa. We got degrees, I don't know which universities abroad, I don't know. We are the ones who are destroying Africa. And why? Because the education we get is not cultural. It has no relationship with African reality. You will excuse me, those guys who are here. It has nothing to do with Africa, or even with African reality. You go in all the universities in Africa, most of the programs we teach, they refer to Kant, I don't know, St. Augustine, all these big guys in Europe. Very few people programs are centered on African reality, on African culture. And I would imagine even here, I was going around this morning in this university, at least here you are trying to have programs which emphasize African reality, African culture. And when we talk about religion in academia, religion has been a cause of the destruction of African culture. At least Christianity. This is not to say that Christianity has done nothing. No. It is to say that Christianity has a role to play in destroying the African culture. And here we are today talking about religion in academia, and we are, glorifying these things. And I'm suggesting to you that let's go to the truth, to the heart of the matter. Religion in academia must be promoting African culture. I'm sorry, I've taken too long.
Oh, okay, that's fine. It's getting quite interesting. Actually, there's a good point. We're talking about the European Academy of Religion, right? And we are talking about the African Academy of Religion. What would be the contribution of the African Academy of Religion? And I think that's where your point comes in. Yeah? And we were talking about, Sakuba talked about the disruption, okay? And the role of religion in destroying some of, yeah. So that, I think that will be the core of, is it a reproduction of old model, or is it going to be based on a new paradigm shift? Because most of the scholars are Western, yeah? You know, they have gotten, I mean, the scholarship is based on a Western scholarship. Is it going to be a grounded, as Dr. Samita said, the methodology to be adopted, is it a grounded methodology? So that something is produced from within, and that is all the role of enculturation and so on. So it's a very, very important. And then on that side then, when Europe is looking towards something to learn from Africa, then that could be an original, you know, contribution to that dialogue between, I mean, I'm talking about VIRED now, exchange between Europe and Africa, something which is really produced from within. Yeah. So very much at the core. So that's another point that as we move on, we have to be say, is it really African enough? Without entering into the debate, is it original? Is it inculturated? Yeah, say Christianity, the same with Islam, and the same with other religions present on the African continent. Last question, Juni. He has left. Yeah, maybe you can keep your question, or you want to give it now? And then the last one, and then we move now to the next. That will be the last question. Juni? Yeah. Is there a comment? Yeah, okay, fine, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and to the presenters. It could be to Dr. Samiti and the current presenter, that my concern now, as we look into the way how we reform our religious institutions and its role in academia, we have got the national kind of institutions that are like the eye watching to these universities. Like in Tanzania, we have the Tanzanian Commission for Universities. I don't know how we call it here in Kenya. I'm sure in every country there must be those institutions. What we teach here, for instance, at Tangaza, those institutions, government kind of institutions, tends to be the overseers, and at times to propose what is to be taught in these kind of institutions. So there comes kind of confusions. They may come with a structure which will not align with what Tangaza wants to offer. The students will be told maybe to, instead of having 10 philosophical subjects in a semester, they'll be told they must have 5 kind of programs. So if we are not careful, the produce we may be offering to our students will be diluted. Dr. Samit was so much concerned about the dissertations of our students and what they want to come up with at the end of their course. The dilution from those institutions, if we are not so much careful, will destroy the end product of which the church institutions, as the Reverend Professor Hala described yesterday. So my concern is, let us be careful. At least these institutions could have been the advisory board for those commissions. They call themselves commissions for higher institutions. Thank you.
If just I can say something just briefly. You know, I think then we were talking about religion crisis. Let me speak about Kenya. I mean, during the crisis of COVID, the religious leaders played a very big role to advise the government on how to go about during the time of crisis. And actually, there was a committee which was formed. And I heard from Dr. Samita that with the crisis of Shakahola, I think Kenyatta University has given to the government some guidelines on how the issue of regulating the fundamentalists and all these cults, call it now with the Shakahola business, from the Kenya context. So this forum could also go in the line of Juni, of advising, in terms of policy formulation on certain issues where religion and society intersect. Yeah, and that's something which is being done, at least here. And the Kenyan government actually recognizes the role of private universities. Their role is just to oversee that everything is in accordance with the quality of education and so on. Because they tell us, whatever program you have, fine, but when it comes to the quality of education, the students are ours. And we want to assure that there is a quality education. So anyway, just a brief, but your question is valid. And the academy could also help in policy formulation on certain matters. So thank you very much. Once again, we appreciate Dr. Golole with the clap hands. Asante. Okay, fine. At this juncture, we would like to give now the space for the next presentation, and I would like to invite Father Felix to.
So we have quite a lot of very rich presentations. Since this morning, we have listened to 3 different people. At this juncture, we have something slightly different. At the very beginning of this session of the conference, you heard me talk about Vyriad. I don't know how well I explained that to you. So now we have the opportunity to hear it from somebody who is the coordinator of this project. So she will share with us more precisely what this project is. So this conference is kind of 2-in-1. So there is, it's a follow-up to the Vyriad meeting, which took place at the beginning of this week, and which kind of took a kick-off at the beginning of this week. And on that occasion, IRDIS also organized the conference we are following now. Also in line with the formation of the African Academy of Religion. So that is another aspect. So we hope to see, as a follow-up to this conference, the erection of that Academy of Religion. So Dr. Iradia Makoni is an international researcher, a research fellow at the Foundation of Religious Studies, John Paul the 23rd, where she is in charge of a research project on Christianity and interreligious dialogue in Africa. For the same foundation, she is coordinating a Euro-African network of scholars that promotes exchange of knowledge about religion from an interdisciplinary point of view, as well as different academic initiatives. Her field of research are church history and history of religious congregations, missionary history, gender history, history of mentality, history of secularization and transformation processes such as modernization, interreligious dialogue. She recently published in scientific journals on different aspects of the work of female missionaries in East Africa in the 20th century. She is completing a book on the history of the Consolata missionary sisters in Kenya, and on behalf of Fushire, is the director of a collective volume on variations and encounters of religious experiences in East Africa, History, Actors, and Challenges. Dr. Hilaria, most welcome. Sorry, I didn't present the call. I leave it to Dr. Hilaria to do.
Thank you very much. Francesco Carnelutti is the assistant, also project assistant of a VEREAD project. He is also a researcher at the Foundation for Religious Studies in Palermo. His research focus is on the Islamic reformistic movement of the early 19th and 20th century. He has been researching quite extensively in archives in Cairo, Tunisia, and Istanbul, and has a fluent knowledge of the Arabic language. So I'm happy now to share the presentation with him. Is that 1 minute? He will talk for 1 minute. Oh, just 1 minute. So, yeah. Maybe I can add on the personal side, I've been knowing Father Innocent and all the colleagues of IRDIS and Tangaza for quite a long time. I've been living here in Kenya for about 4.5 years. And because of COVID, I had left, and because of my family moving to another country. So this is the first time for me after COVID, so after almost 3 years, to come back home, to come back to Kenya. Very pleased, very happy. So, today's presentation, Francesco and I, as we said, we both, thank you, represent the Foundation for Religious Studies. And we welcome you to this presentation on transnational exchanges in academic religious dialogue, FSHIRE, which is the acronym for the Foundation for Religious Studies, from Europe to Africa. We will illustrate you the journey that our foundation undertook to broaden really its research and academic horizon beyond just European perspective. Francesco will start illustrating actually very briefly what the foundation is, its main activities and infrastructures, whereas I will speak more about why the Foundation for Religious Studies decided to reach out to Africa and establish a collaboration network. Finally, I will always also focus on the VEREAD project. Some of the partners are here also in the audience, and give you some insights about. So I leave the floor to you, Francesco.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for being here. I'll be very brief in presenting our institution for those of you who don't know it. It's called the Foundation for Religious Studies John Paul XXIII, Fondazione per le Scienze Religiose Giovanni XXIII. And what we are good at, our expertise, is the study of religion. And we do it from a particular angle, which is the angle of the historical and or philological perspective. And we do this work through different activities or missions. The first one is the accumulation of knowledge. So we have 2 homes, 2 libraries. The first one, first established in 1953 in Bologna, which is specialized in the history and doctrines of Christianity. And the second one, which was recently established in 2018, is in Palermo, southern Italy, and is specialized in Islam, so history and doctrines of Islam. Besides accumulating knowledge and creating spaces for scholars to meet and discuss in these two libraries and research centers, we also train young and non-young scholars, and we do it in different ways. We have a PhD program which lasts from 3 to 4 years, and on the study from an historical perspective different religious traditions. We mainly focus on Christianity and Islam, but recently we have been working also on the research on the Jewish tradition. And since last year, since last September, we've been also a partner of a consortium of Italian universities who created a shared PhD program, which puts together 13, if I remember correctly, universities. Besides training future scholars, we also work with non-scholars. So we have launched, if I remember correctly, 5 years ago, a training course for teachers or for all those people outside academia who'd like and who need for their job to know more about religion and how to approach the religious part of the people, if I may say. And we also organize workshops with children. So, for example, last year we organized a short workshop with boys and girls aged 12. Also about how to think religious difference in a classroom. Besides accumulating knowledge and training scholars and non-scholars, we do, of course, research. And you may find here a list of topics we've been working on. I mean, the foundation has been working on over the past 70 years. And on the right, for you, it will be the right of the screen. You can see that we are around 40 researchers, PhD students, and postdoc and senior professors. And as I said at the beginning, this group of researchers is divided. Some of us live and work in Bologna, some others in Palermo. And the result of this research is published. We have some important collaborations with some printing presses, and here you can find a list of them, both to publish books and articles, scientific articles. And one last slide, just to introduce briefly the content of Ilaria's presentation. We are also very good at creating international collaborations. We have been the founders and the launchers of Resilience, which is a mainly European infrastructure, scientific and interdisciplinary, which tries to support scholars studying, of religious studies, coming from different disciplinary perspectives, and support them in their research efforts, providing them access to data or books, but also provide, organizing workshops to deepen their knowledge in specific topics or methodologies. Another important initiative we've been working on since 2016 is the European Academy of Religion, which has briefly been introduced this morning, which is a platform for scholars, also here interdisciplinary, which offers every year the opportunity for scholars to meet in Europe, but scholars from different parts of the world to meet and discuss their research on religious studies. And finally, over the past few years, especially thanks to the work of Ilaria, we have been working and deepening our network of collaborations with some institutions here in Africa, and mainly thanks to our friendship with the Tangaza University College and IRDIS. And with these last words, I'd like to leave the floor to Ilaria Macconi.
So thank you, Francesco. So when we come now to the collaboration between FSHIRE, which is the acronym for the foundation, and Africa, I would like to start saying that worldwide today we witness important changes in the environment of the different faiths and also in the religious climate. So that some scholars do really speak about religious climate change. So these changes and actually all the challenges that we worldwide in Europe, but in Africa and in the rest of the world we are facing, such as radicalization, intolerance, violence, religious violence also, but also terrorism. So all these challenges really motivated FSHIRE to reach out to Africa because of its multicultural and multi-religious environment. And we strongly believe that if we want to understand how religion is globally changing today, and also if you want to understand which influence will have in the future on the life of the people, we really have to study and to research what's going on in Africa. One of the well-known, I guess, historian, Philip Jenkins, he's a history professor, and he's the author of a book about global Christianity. He wrote that the religious changes, I quote, are the most significant and revolutionary in the contemporary world. So, therefore, if we want to understand our world, we cannot overlook religious changes, and most important, we cannot overlook the continent they are coming from, which is Africa. We have, just to give you some numbers, but you are already aware of it. Because of the demographic growth and because of the growth of different religious denominations, we know that Africa in the very near future will impact the world religious composition and also the religious expression of the world. We know, for instance, that already in 2016, Africa was home to about 27% of the world Muslims, and this is growing. In 2030, Africa will have more Catholics than Europe, and in 2050, a quarter more than Europe. So obviously, African believers will have growing influence within the governing councils of the great denominations. And because of globalization and thanks to migration, also African churches, new religious movements, custom, they are crossing African borders and they're coming to Europe and the Western world. So finally, I think I made it clear, we cannot overlook what is happening here. We also know that religion has been the cause in Africa, as in Europe in the past, of contrast and violence. But we also know that Africa can offer us plenty of lessons and experiences on how to inform in a positive and in a peaceful way the relationship that religions try to establish around the world. So, as I already stated, many of the challenges the world is facing today, we believe that are caused by the violation of humanitarian and religious principles, and mostly by the distortion and manipulation of religion and religious beliefs. So one of the most effective countermeasures, to use a strategic term, to fight against this distortion, is to increase knowledge and wisdom, and to promote a new way of thinking and studying, obviously, about the relation between religion and society. And here Africa comes to the rescue, because in the Western world, in our society and research centers, we have relegated religion to a very marginalized role. So in most universities, we do not have Department of Religious Studies. Only theologians study religion from a theological point of view. On the other hand, in Africa, you recognize the value of religion and studying religion as an important pillar of the culture. And here I quote, obviously, a very well-known scholars to all of you, Jesse Mugambi. So this is why we at the foundation, we also believe that religion plays a very important role in our society. We want to promote the study of religion from a scholarly point of view, and this is why we want to learn from the African experience and ask you to help us change this attitude, negative attitude of academic institutions, European in this case, academic institutions, about religion. So these are the reasons why FSHIRE is promoting a collaboration with African universities. So now let's come to the main activities this collaboration and this network of Euro-African scholars is carrying out. We started with the institution of an African-European network of researchers, so at a scholarly level, and the aim was really to promote interdisciplinary exchange of ideas and perspective on the study of religion. We wanted to encourage and to especially the view of African scholars on religion in Africa. Has been pointed out this morning that for a certain period of time, especially scholars, Western scholars, have studied religion, and we know very few about the incredible research work that has been done here in Africa, but hasn't been promoted abroad. So the idea was to establish, again, a more visible connection with these African scholars. And already in 1988, the Foundation for Religious Studies organized in Western Africa symposium on church and church history in Black Africa. The book, the proceedings of the symposium were published in French because of the language of the main authors. In 2012, there was another book about Christian forms of Christian life in Africa, again mainly focused on West Africa, and the methodological question was how to research Christianity from an historical point of view in Africa, but taking distance from a Eurocentric point of view. In 2019, the foundation decided that not only we have to cross our European borders, we also have to move from West to East Africa because that's such important influence on the world religion today. So we organized, thanks to the incredible support of IRDIS and the Department of Church History at Tangaza University, a symposium, public forum on variations and encounters of religious experiences in East Africa. Father Felix has already talked about the book that will be published in January this year. We have about 20 scholars, mainly coming from Eastern Africa, and we cover all main religious denominations, so Islam, Christianity, African traditional religion, interreligious dialogue, and inculturation. So beside the research and scholarly exchange of ideas, we, always in this line, we also promoted the physical exchange between scholars. And as you see from the slide, since 2020, I have been, together with the support of my African colleagues, I've been presenting panels focused on Africa and on different aspects of the relation between religion and society. A panel, as I said, focused on Africa with African scholars. So that was the first attempt to bring African scholarship and knowledge to the European public. Beside this scholarly exchange, we also decided that not only the scholars should profit from the exchange with African colleagues, but also our students. So this is why would be the fourth year that we organize, together with the Church History Department of Tangaza and IRDIS, a methodological seminary on context, sources, and the historical critical method for the study of religion. Again, we cover Islam, Christianity, African traditional religion, and interreligious dialogue. Has been a fruitful, incredible, fruitful exchange among students from Europe. It was at the beginning was taught as an undergraduate program, and then we had the request of PhD students to please attend this course because, I quote, "We have no clue about African traditional religion and culture, and we need to learn more." So we open also to postgraduate students this methodological course. And finally, the success of this short methodological seminary gave us the courage to answer to a call of the European Commission program, exchange program Erasmus+, and we presented a project on virtual exchanges in religious Euro-African dialogue. We are very proud. I speak now as the coordinator of the project, also in name of my colleagues here present. We are the only project among all the hundreds of projects that has won the call and received the grants from the European Union, focusing on religion. And we are the third project that received the maximum amount of money from the European Union to carry out our program. So we are very proud about that. And again, extremely grateful to the generosity of all our African colleagues. What is the main aim of these virtual exchanges that you understood will be virtual, so online? Is to stimulate, first of all, cross-cultural communication and knowledge transmission. Again, this idea of having different perspective when we talk about religion. We want to enhance critical thinking through the teaching of methodological skills on how to research religion. Dr. Samita was speaking about the importance of this morning. We also want to ensure high-level and inclusive education, and this will be possible through really this virtual modality, because we can reach out to students in Europe and in Africa who otherwise, for different reasons, mostly also financial, could not attend a university. Besides providing students with methodological skills, we also want to provide them with digital skills. We would also like to strengthen the competences of the teaching staffs in digital pedagogy and e-learning. So I already mentioned that this project is carried out by a consortium of 9 universities. The university are based in France, Italy, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and the Netherlands. So the first innovative character of this project is that the consortium of the partners is highly international, as you can see, but also highly interdisciplinary. We come from very different backgrounds and academic backgrounds and disciplines. But why it is also innovative? It is innovative because it is centered on the work of, finally, of the students. So we will build a transnational group of students. So a group of students will be made up of African and European students. They will work on parallel, on assignments and project. We will follow an intercultural and interdisciplinary approach. I already spoke about that. Most important, when we study, we have different modules. Again, we propose modules on Christianity, Islam, African traditional religion and culture, and interreligious dialogue. We want to include as many perspectives as possible. And we want to follow what we call a constructive approach to learning. We want to learn from each other. There won't be one teacher imposing one vision on the other. So this is also very innovative. Innovation will be in the new ways of learning and of teaching. Therefore, we have also called for help to experts of virtual pedagogy. And another innovative aspect of this project is that we would love to build a bridge between the academia and civil society. And we strongly believe that when we foster this kind of intercultural and transnational dialogue about religion, we will be able also to have an impact through our young students also on society. For the following, obviously, this project is only the beginning, right, of our cooperation. We want to give the opportunity students to publish the results of the work. At the beginning in a blog, but why not also in books or other publications, journals, because I think this is, we think this is highly needed. Deepening our collaboration with these Eastern African and South African institutions, we would also like to propose a master program in religious studies and a PhD program. So in the future, we will work in that direction. I come now to my conclusion, and as I said from the beginning, we know that Africa will have an ever-increasing influence and importance in shaping the world religious landscape. Therefore, and this is the reason why we wanted to engage Africa in the global discourse about religion, we wanted to learn from Africa how to study and how to discuss about religion. And we strongly believe that through these intercultural discussions, through scholarship and research, we can really promote dialogue among stakeholders, help build bridges, as I said, across faith communities, and hopefully contribute to policies that will also help prevent integralism, radicalization, and religious violence. I know we are very ambitious, but so far we have been very lucky, and each partner supported the other in an incredible way. So we have no reason to believe we won't succeed. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ilaria, just to go through the historical perspective of how far we have journeyed together, and the result of that journey is the willingness to come together on a common project, which is this virtual exchanges in religious Euro-Africa dialogue. You say that, I mean, you are looking very much towards what you can learn from Africa. But in my language, you say, a bird which does not fly does not know where the harvest is ripe. Yeah, it is also through this partnership with Fushire that has brought us into the European Academy of Religion, that the idea also of establishing an African Academy of Religion was born through this. So to learn from the experience of others, to see what we can do locally. Some talk about locality. Yeah, so from this global perspective, and see what we can do locally. So I would like to say that is for mutual benefit. That's dialogue, and that's also has been part of any other partnership that we have. Yeah, Professor Kamara was talking about the individualistic perspective. Yeah, people think, what is in it for me? Yeah, and then she was encouraging, to think about mutual, benefits and so on, and that has been part of our experience. Yeah, so this is the result of also what we have done for the last 2 days. The 2 days in kicking off this officially this project, which is going to last about 36 months. Is there any? It was just a presentation. I don't know if there is any question. In case there is a question. So it's mainly about information and so on. So thank you very much for accepting to coordinate this project with the support of all the team which is here present. Once again, we clap for Dr. Ilaria and Francesco. Yeah. So it's time for lunch, and we shall come back here at 2 o'clock, where we shall have the last presentation of today before we enter into a panel discussion and the closing of this conference. Would somebody like to pray? Reverend Scholar, can you pray for food here? Yes. Ilaria and Francesco, can you come back, please, here in front? In the spirit of African hospitality, our friends from St. Paul thought also about you. So, Reverend Scholar.
Thank you very much. In the same spirit, we are Africans, and we always come with a basket, as I said, when we are visiting. And when we have visitors, we also send them with a basket. So in that spirit, I have my colleague, Dr. Wajugu, who is also the Director of Collaborations and Partnerships, and believing that we also will also get a space in those collaborations. So we want to present this to you too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Father, for giving us this space as St. Paul's. We are the Ecumenical Protestant University, a Christian university from the Protestant aspect. So I think we can bring on board the Protestant approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate. And this was the aim of my presentation, and to come here and you say, we want to be on board.
Yes.
Because that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you
We count on all of you, please.
Thank you.
Also the students present. Please join the program.
All the university students, can you just stand and wave? From St. Paul's University. Yes. We are good partners of Tangaza. Thank you. So we can pray. Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, we want to thank you for who you are in our lives. And we also want to thank you for the wonderful presentations that we have had since morning. And Lord, in the spirit of partnerships and collaborations, we still want to believe that this will work for good for each one of us. And that God, Africa, and the European will work together. And at the end of the day, the name of God shall be praised. Before us there is lunch. As we partake of it, Lord, bless it in Jesus' name.
So enjoy your meal and your conversation around the meal. Thank you. We come back here at 2, exactly at 2, we start the program. Odinga's here. Oh, okay.
Na hii kapu kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068. Account name CAPS TV.
Let's get ready. She had to wake up early in the morning. Yeah. Good morning, Prof. Good morning, Prof. Is she muted? We are still setting up just so we can connect with you, Prof, in a short while. What is your system? Can you get us, Prof? You want to project on the screen so that we can... Good morning, Prof. Can you get us?
Morning, I can hear you.
Now we are connected. Good morning, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Prof. Yeah, so we are going to start in the next few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we are ready. Yeah. You have the greetings of Professor Maura here in the room, Dr. Samita, Evaristi Magoti, Ilaria, and the crowd. Okay, fine. So allow me to invite Reverend Father Felix to introduce our speaker who's already online, Professor Mary Gitui, and we thank you for having accepted to speak to us all the way from St. Petersburg in the U.S. We know that it's early in the morning in the U.S. So, Father Felix.
Yes, yes, it is.
So good afternoon. So this is our final sessions in terms of speakers. No, not the least for that matter, to serve as a concluding presentation, followed by a panel discussion. So the last theme on the program is the region in conversation with other disciplines in the academia. The region in conversation with other disciplines in the academia. And this will be dealt with and presented by Dr. Mary Gitui, who is professor in the Department of Religious Studies in Kweya, Catholic University of East Africa, where she has also held the position of Director of Quality Assurance from 2011 and 2017. Previously, she was at Kenyatta University, where she held various offices, one of them as being chairperson of the Department of Religious Studies, and also Director of the Board of Undergraduate Studies and Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. In both Kweya and Kenyatta University, Professor Gitui has acted as Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics. She has published widely in the area of religion, education, gender, culture, peace, and health. Between 2009 and 2015, she served as chairperson for the National AIDS Control Council of Kenya. Her current research interests are on the contemporary issues and the interface with religion. I hope I've presented Professor Gitui sufficiently. If there are any gaps, she will have the opportunity to fill in as she presents her paper this afternoon. Professor Gitui, most welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation and the introduction this morning. I bring you greetings. It's early morning here in Pittsburgh, USA. The weather has been very warm, but gradually. Yes, can you hear me? Good. Morning. You can hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I just we can connect with you, bro, in a short while.
Okay. Am I with you?
Yes, you can go on.
I proceed. Hello.
Hello, Prof. You can go on.
Good morning, Prof. Can you get us?
Morning. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now we are connected. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Prof. Yeah, so we are going to start the next few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're ready.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
You have the greetings of Professor Maura Yedepo, Dr. Tamita,
I greet you all.
And the crowd.
Okay.
Okay.
May I
Fine.
proceed?
So now I need to invite Reverend Father Felix to introduce our speakers already online, Professor Mary Gitui, and we thank you for having accepted to speak to us from St. Petersburg in the U.S. You know that it's a day in the morning in the U.S. So, Felix.
So good morning, everybody. It's morning for me here in Pittsburgh, and good afternoon for us there at the conference, those of us who are there physically. I'd like to share a few thoughts on religion in conversation with other disciplines in the academy. And just want to appreciate the effort that has gone on to have this conference taking place. Ilaria, Innocent, and many others, thank you very much for your effort. I want to make a few general remarks, then I'll acknowledge some conversations that are already taking place with other disciplines, and then highlight on the three pillars of universities and how this conversation between religion and other disciplines can be handled. The first one I want to put across a general remark is that the human being is a package with many faculties and many needs, and one of these is religion or the spiritual. And each one of us has got this faculty, the search or the desire to connect with that power which is beyond ourselves. The second point I would like to say under general remarks is that the world has a lot to offer. A lot of it, many perplexities, and religion is one of those perplexities. I know it's a current issue and probably I should not mention it, it's very sensitive, but the Shakahola incident in Kenya, then the question comes whether religion is a friend or an enemy. There are many perplexities also where the human being turns to religion for an answer or for an explanation or for direction. And the academy is regarded as a problem solver. It may be or it may not be, but society in general looks to the academy for a lot of things. I was just checking on what the expectations had from the academy or of the academy, and there are quite several. Maybe I'll just highlight a few. That when we go to the academy, we are expected that there be personal development. There is also expectation that you will probably have better job opportunities, better financial security. It's a fulfillment of our dreams and our goals. And for me, the more important is that the academy is looked at as that institution that will contribute towards a better society. But it is also recognized that the academy can be narrow, especially when we are compartmentalized into various disciplines. Generally, we have the humanities, we have the social sciences, and we have the sciences. And a lot of times we tend to be narrow, and this can be at disadvantage. The other general point I would like to bring across is that just as society has high expectations from the academy, society also has very, very high expectations of religion and from religion. I'm glad to see my former colleagues from Kenyatta University in the audience, Professor Mwaura, Dr. Samita, and I believe others as well. Many times in Kenyatta University, if there was an issue, a general issue of concern in the university and a committee was being set up, it would always be recommended that include somebody from the Department of Religious Studies, because they are expected to provide guidance and to provide leadership. Henry Okulu, in his book, Church and State, writes that the church and religion in general should serve as a pillar or as that mast in the boat that provides direction. So there's a lot of expectation on religion. And I want to appreciate the colleagues who have spoken before me. There's a bit of connectivity problems, but I've tried to be part of you since yesterday. And a lot of this has come up on the high premium that society places on religion. Let me now look at some of the conversations that religion has or has had with other disciplines. And I'm using the word conversation deliberately because it implies a give and take. And when you have a conversation, sometimes you may agree or you may not agree, but I want to submit that there is need for conversation between disciplines, and for the purposes of our being here today, there is need for conversation between religion or with religion and other disciplines. And more in the academy, there is talk or promotion of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach to research and teaching. And the reason for this is that then we will have individuals or scholars or a society that looks at issues from a broad perspective, from a broad horizon, and perhaps that way society's problems would be solved better. Where I am born, my people have a saying that if you have an issue, it's important to turn left, turn right, or turn north, south, east, west, and you are likely to come up with a solution or at least a way forward. And I use that then to say that interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach should be recommended in the academy. And over the period of time, religion has directly engaged with other disciplines. In many of the departments of religious studies, they offer courses on psychology of religion, philosophy of religion, sociology of religion. For the sake of time, I'll not go further at this point to analyze what all this means, but just to show that religion has coexisted or coexists with other disciplines. We'll also find that in some universities, philosophy, theology, and religious studies are within the same department or within the same faculty. If we talk about faculty, perhaps we are making it larger and very extensive, but they are actually under one roof as a department. And I know sometimes there are controversies on how religion and theology should relate, but for the common person, the ordinary person, they don't see much difference between theology and religion. We are also familiar with courses such as the history of religion, or the place of religion in international relations or in development studies, the value of religion in law, and etc., and etc. We can say quite a lot. There are a lot of studies and a lot of applications on the interlink or the connection between religion and science, religion and biology, religion and technology, religion and health. A few years ago, I supervised a piece of work on terminal illness and faith. And there were very, very interesting observations made in that study. So basically, what I'm saying is that religion has a central role in the society and in the academy. And it is important that there's conversation with these other disciplines, because religion deals with issues such as where did we come from, why are we here, what is our purpose here. Religion deals with issues of the sacred. Religion deals with issues of human existence. Religion deals with issues of relationships. Religion deals with issues of behavior, of ethics, and of justice. And then within religion itself, we also have conversations. For example, in courses such as comparative religion, courses like interfaith, interreligious dialogue, and so forth and so on. So what I'm saying is that we need to acknowledge the conversation that there is or there has been or there should be between religion and other disciplines and within religion or religions themselves. One would ask then, what form of conversation should there be? And I thought that I could use the 3 pillars of higher education or of universities to try and see how we can rope in these conversations. And it can be direct or indirect, or it can be even deliberate. With regard to teaching, these 3 pillars are teaching, research, and community service. What I would like to propose is that governments and other stakeholders should continue to recognize that religion is a core segment of the society. I say this on the premise of the debates that go on, whether religion should be offered in the academy, and if it's offered, how are we going to offer it so that we distinguish it from pastoral care and issues of spirituality, because by talking religion we might be interfering with people's rights. But I just want to contend that religion has a lot to offer and should sit centrally at the table of the academy. The other point I want to propose is that each individual, whichever other discipline we are pursuing, ascribes to some form of religion. We are aware that atheism is growing and at a very alarming rate. But whatever belief system one holds determines their outlook to life, it determines their world view. And these are some of the things that should be part of our teaching, not only those of us in religion, but generally those of us who are in the academy. Then there are questions that are asked, how then does religion fit in the academy with regard to conversation with the other disciplines? There are proposals that religion should serve as a service discipline. A service discipline where everybody who goes through the academy or goes through a particular institution should do a course, perhaps even a compulsory course, that has something to do with religion. And that means that everybody in the academy then, whether they are doing technology, whether they are doing law, whether they are doing nursing, whatever they are doing, has interaction with religion. The other school of thought is that religion should be an incorporated discipline. In other words, if we are teaching geography, if we are teaching history, if we are teaching computer studies, then we should incorporate religion in these programs and in these courses. The other is that religion should be offered at a level of multi-collaboration, where probably in law they have a course on religion, and then there's team teaching or co-teaching. I also want to bring it to our attention that there are concerns that religion looks like it is disintegrated. So which religion are we going to put on this table so that it does not look like there's a lot of differences. And that's why what I've said earlier also becomes important, to encourage interfaith and inter-religious dialogue. The other important point, I think, is with regard to these courses that are offered, there is need to keep reviewing them and making them relevant to contemporary issues. As I said, I've been able to follow some of the discussions that have gone on from yesterday. Maybe not everything, but here we are bringing in current and contemporary issues such as artificial intelligence, and I know that Father Lukwata in Kwea has been leading some exercise on this, on artificial intelligence and how it touches on the various disciplines of the academy, and how it also, what are the implications for human existence. The other issue that could probably be of importance right now is the issue of mental health. Last week, I gave a public lecture here where I am at Pittsburgh, the University of Duquesne, and one of the key questions that came up is on mental health. And I've only been here about 6 weeks, and I know that even at local level, we are very concerned about issues of mental health. 2 weeks ago or so, the big conference in Nairobi on climate change. So as we revise our programs, these are some of the issues that we need to be looking at, technology and all the challenges and the blessings that it brings along with it, and many, many others. So I'm simply saying that in the teaching, religion should be in touch with the contemporary issues and provide a due input. Now, when it comes to research, there are two ways we could look at it. There's that research that we do because of our thesis, and once we finish, we are done and we are gone. But it's important that we be careful or be deliberate on which topics are we researching on, and in how much conversation are we having with the other disciplines. And then the other research that we do, for example, those of us who are presenting in this conference, we've done research, and of course our focus is on religion in the academia, but how again do we rope in the other disciplines? And I'm aware that a lot of times when we are carrying out our research, and especially when we go to the field, we are concerned about the demographic details of our respondents, age, religion, gender, and etc. But a lot of times we really do not go into deep analysis of what religion implies. In other words, these people who answered these questions this way, how did their faith or how did their religion inform them? I'm just trying to encourage that in our conversation with other disciplines, somebody doing a research in history or in economics, they also probably need to see how religion informs. And then on ethical considerations when it comes to research, there is respect for the person who is giving us information and several other ethical issues, which are also promoted in religion or through religion. So I'm seeing that there's a big stake for religion to have conversations with other disciplines through this second pillar of the academy, which is research. And then the other pillar, the last pillar, is on community service. This is, I think, open to as many opportunities as there are for each institution, but I want to submit that community service is one of those values that is promoted by religion, service to others, engagement with the community, and I think this is also a good opportunity for the ivory tower mentality to be done away with, because a lot of times the university is seen as up there, or the academy is seen as out there, and not really interacting with the people. A few years ago, we had a project at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where I work. We had a project with the Association of African Universities, and they were very keen on how we interact with the community around us. The administration, for example, the chief, do we know who our neighbors are? And it was very good to see or to note that these are some of the things that will help us to be of good service to the community. How do we interact? We may not have been a faith institution, but how do we interact with the faith institutions that are around us? I want to continue to say that if we have this multidisciplinary approach in the teaching, in research and in community service, then there will be a broad approach to issues of life, and hopefully also a humane approach. And this is what religion contributes, and this is a lot that has to do with religion, and I think those who have spoken before me have already done that. Then as I come to the conclusion, I'd like to ask how this conversation between religion and other disciplines interacts with the African Academy of Religions, and it's a long journey that has been worked to the realization of this academy. Several points under this. One is that religion continues to reign in Africa. Whether it's healthy or unhealthy, religion continues to play a very significant role in Africa, and that, therefore, is something that the African Academy of Religion should be worried about or should take into consideration. The other one is that there are unique contextual issues in the African context. The issues of culture, the issues of interaction with the diaspora. There's a lot of desire to get out. How do we look at it from the perspective of religion? We could also be keen on the African way of looking or addressing issues, because our culture informs the way we do things. Our culture is like the lens that we walk around with, and so the African Academy of Religions should be also take cognizance of this. The other point I consider important is the partnership and collaboration with other institutions of similar agenda, and we appreciate the nurturing that we've received from the European context. Later in November here, the American Academy of Religion will be meeting. Some of us, maybe who are in this congregation, will be participating in that. So we keep these partnerships and these collaborations going. And then a very critical question, I think, is what is the future of religion as an academic discipline, and even as a belief? Because as the world gets technological, as the world gets smaller, as the world gets to be very scientific, as the world gets to be very individualistic, as the world continues to answer many of the perplexities that religion could provide an answer to, what is the future of religion as an academic discipline and as a belief? And I want to end by saying that there are many good things found in religion, and I'm sure you can see that in the room where you are sitting, but there are many good things found in religion, and we ought to recognize, preserve, and promote these things because they are of good to humanity. And I end with two proverbs or sayings to support my proposal that we need to interact with other disciplines. That if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, then walk with others. And the other one is that a child who does not interact much will think that their mother is the best cook. So if we converse with other disciplines, I'm sure that there's a lot of value that we can provide as religion, and there's a lot of value that we can also gain from the other disciplines. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof, for this presentation of the interdisciplinarity, that is how religion interacts with other disciplines. And I would like to begin with the last sentence, which is an affirmation that there is a lot of value in interacting with other discipline. Thank you for reminding us the three pillars, that is teaching at the university, teaching, research, and community service, and where religion can also impact other disciplines, especially in methodological consideration, where often the religious beliefs are not part of the inquiry when we are doing research, but also in terms of ethical consideration, religion can also bring its own contribution in methodological research. So thank you very much, Prof. Now it's a time to interact with the crowd and the congregation here.
Maybe if the fellow participants are still thinking, a question to Prof. You mentioned in the course of your deliberations that religion is rather disintegrated And you mentioned again that may be a possible way to such a case is interfaith or interreligion. Now, the question is, Prof, what is your view regarding Professor Emeritus Paul Nita's view on global theological methods? Thank you. Any question from you? Yes, Prof, you can proceed and answer the question as we're still preparing for more.
Yes, I think you need to repeat get it very well. There's a bit of a problem with audibility.
Okay, I've asked, you mentioned that religion is rather disintegrated. Then as a possible means to bringing the various religions together, you mentioned interfaith and interreligious. So the question is, what's your view regarding Professor Emeritus Paul Nita's view in regard to global theological methods? Yes, kindly feel free to answer or respond. Hello, Prof.
Yes, I'm getting you, but I'm not getting you well. Do I respond now, or there are more questions coming?
Kindly just respond now. Just respond to the first question.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think on the service, religion looks disintegrated because we have these different doctrines and different traditions. But really, when you go deep down, you will find that the deep search is the same. Whether we are in Islam, whether we are in Christianity and the various denominations, in the bottom line is that we are looking for good values in life, we are looking for good relationships, and therefore, if we are able to interact more, then we realize that our differences are not as major as they appear. And on the issue of local theological methods or methodologies, I'm aware that the small Christian communities known by different names in different denominations. For example, in my denomination, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, we call them the prayer cells or the home prayer groups. This is where our humanity is actually experienced and realized. And the more we interact with each other, the more we appreciate each other, and the more we are even able to serve others. So mine would be that if we find more ways of conversing, then we will even be able to do away with this image or presumption that we are disintegrated. I think for me, the disintegration comes more out of assumptions, presumptions, and ignorance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Another question for you is coming.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your very good presentation. Mine is just a seek for clarity. There are two statements which I see to be sort of contradicting each other. The first one says, religion determines people's conception or understanding of things and worldview. Then the other one is culture helps us to understand things around us, or it is the lenses through which we understand things. I'm forced to think of an irreligious person. What would he do? Because we are saying religion determines one's understanding or conception of the world. Secondly, maybe we seem to take it for granted that we know what culture is, or we are using religion and culture interchangeably. Could you please clarify? Thank you.
Prof, maybe you respond to those two questions first.
Yes, I hope I got it. I got the second one. I may not have gotten the first one. The second one, I hope I got it right, that religion and culture, are they the same? Now, if we use the African context, where we know that there was, sometimes it's difficult to know which tense to use, a thin line between the sacred and the spiritual, then every aspect of life, going to the garden, harvesting your crops, going to the river, cutting a tree, all those had religious implications. So we could also use the same, that when Christianity was introduced to Africa, a lot of it also had European culture. That could then maybe lead to the question, how do we then distinguish between Christianity has brought from the West and the gospel? But what I would like to say then is that culture and religion, there could be a very thin line. And I guess as we observe the world today, where a lot of things do not have a connection to religion, that is also reflected and is manifested in the way we carry out our lives. I hope I got it right, but the first question, I'm sorry, I didn't quite get it because the audio is not very good.
Okay, Prof. I'm simply saying, in your presentation, you submitted that it is religion which determines a people's worldview or understanding of reality. And I'm forced to think of if we can imagine that there is someone who is irreligious. What would you then say about their interpretation of reality or their conception of a world view? Thank you.
Maybe because I teach religion, I'm tempted to think that we cannot really afford to be irreligious, because there's so much around us that should teach us or challenge us to recognize that there there are powers, or there's a power that is greater than ourselves. Whatever it is that we want to call this power. In one of the courses, and I think again goes to show that there's conversation between religion and other disciplines, phenomenology of religion. One of the big things I learned in that course is that many times as human beings we will realize that we are limited. But even the things that we wanted to do or the things we think we can do, we are not able to do it. I think we can rely on technology, we can rely on certain theories to propel our lives, but deep down there is that realization that there is a power greater than ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Eunice. I would like to go back to the question of disintegration of religions. I would think that the word for disintegration, the differences between religions, which, as we read, the Hickean, John Hicks, theory of pluralism tends to downplay these differences. And these differences, in my understanding, in my opinion, form the essence of a religion. They are the ones that make me different from a Muslim, different from a Hindu, etc. If we downplay these differences, how different are we from other religions? If we emphasize that is common, or in other words, the essence, and downplay the accidents of religions that make us unique, how can we dialogue with these other religions? How can we be unique? Thank you.
Sorry, may I suggest that probably the question is put on the chat? Because the voice keeps on breaking. Are we together?
I repeat. I said that I go back to the question of the disintegration in religions. And in my understanding, the other word for disintegration are the differences among the religions. And I refer to John Hicks' theory on religious pluralism, who tends to downplay these differences. However, these differences make us different from other religions. If we downplay these differences and emphasize that make us united, how can we express our identity? How can we be unique? Because these accidents of religion, I call them accidents of religion, are from our cultures, from our context, from our language. If we downplay them, how do we become unique and be ready to dialogue with other religions? Thank you.
I have indicated that the audio is not very good, but I hope I got the gist of the question, that if our differences are not that much, then what is our uniqueness? I think context is maybe what makes us unique, and our expressions, which are also guided by context. I see this many times that the principle usually remains the same. If the principle is of community, if the principle is of sacredness, it remains the same, but our expression then is different. And that's why I had submitted that for the African Academy of Religion, then we need to highlight these differences of expression and these differences of context. And the context, for example, if we look at the Asian context, the way they do things is very, very different from the way we would do it in Africa, because even our geographical space is not the same. I hope that I got the gist of the questions and that I have responded accordingly.
Thank you very much, Prof, for this presentation and the interaction with the members here. We appreciate very much your contribution to this discourse and your availability early this morning from your side. So can we once again appreciate Professor Mary Getui. Yeah. So this was the last of the presentation for these 2 days. The last part that we are now going to start is just a conversation with the panel and then also interaction with the members who are here present, just to tie the knots, because the end of this conversation is part of what we want to establish as African Academy of Religion. So I would like to ask 1 or 2 volunteers to put 5 or 6 chairs in front so that we can invite the panelists. Prof, if you are free to follow the conversation, you are welcome. But you are also free also to log out if necessary because of other commitment. So as we are still preparing for chairs for panelists, so I would like to invite Dr. Evaristi Magoti from the University of Dar es Salaam, Dr. Samita from Kenyatta University, Chris Tuhirirwe from Makerere University, and Francis from Arupe University. And this session is going to be moderated by retired, not tired, General Bashir, who is a member of staff at IRDIS, especially dealing with the cause of conflict resolution. As we know, religious also can have a conflictual nature. And retired General Bashir is a PhD candidate here at Tangaza in the Institute of Social Transformation, specializing on security and sustainable peace, and actually is on a mission for peace in South Sudan. He has been part of the intergovernmental agency called IGAD, but also he has been a military attaché of Kenyan government for the Middle East while he was based in England. So he brings to this discourse also the aspect of peace and security. So welcome to, yeah. So there will be a first interaction with the panelists, and then afterwards also the discussion can be open to the audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah. Thank you, Father Innocent, for the introduction. If I may remind you again, I'm Bashir. I'm a Kenyan, and I'm happy to be part of these distinguished panelists from almost all of East Africa. So welcome. I would like to welcome you to the panel. I would also like to acknowledge Ilaria and what was the name? Francesco. I was going to call him Federico, but thank you for correcting. And Francesco from the European Academy of Religions. So welcome to Kenya again. I think this is your second or third time. Thank you very much. So our topic today is the future of the African Academy of Religion, which we envisage to establish. And this is the second time we are talking about it. Early this year, we had a discussion on the same, and it is progressing well. I would like to introduce the panelists. If you could give them the mic, then they can say each a word or two about themselves. Thank you.
Sorry, what are we supposed to say? Yeah? Just say who I am or what? Okay. My name is Everest Magoti. I am from the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at the University of Dar es Salaam. I teach philosophy and African religion and African political thought. I'm part of the Varied project, and I'm here with my colleague to kick off this project.
Thank you, Dr. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Zacharias Samita from the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies, Kenyatta University, where I've been for the last 30 years. I teach African religion, African culture, interfaith dialogue, and ecumenism, or ecumenical studies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just thought of standing other than sitting down. I think you can see that I'm a spine-sized, so it's better to stand up. I am Francis Zangairai. From Arupe Jesuit University in Zimbabwe. I am a lecturer at Arupe Jesuit University in phenomenology of religion, in political theology, African theology, world religions, African traditional religions, Pentecostalism, and Christianity in Africa. I am also the assistant project manager for Varied, as well as the examinations officer for Arupe Jesuit University. I thank you.
Arupe is in Western Kenya. I think. Oh, Arupe. Okay. Yeah, we have a lupa in Western Kenya. That's what I'm trying to say. An R. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chris Tuhirirwe. These Ugandan names can be long and probably hard to pronounce, but just call me Chris. I teach, I'm a lecturer at the Makerere University, where I teach mainly my area of specialty is comparative religions, but that of course includes African traditional religions and new religious movements and religion and society generally. I came here as part of the Vineyard project, and I came with my head of department, who is part of the team. She's in the audience, and we are the team that came from Makerere. You are welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your introductions. Dr. Samita, I'm also from KU in a way that maybe you don't understand. I'm a member of council at the University Council, Kenyatta University. So we share some relationship, both here and in Kenyatta. So I'm pleased to have you all. So as you are aware, the African Academy of Religions is relatively new. Before that was, I think the first one to be established was the American Academy of Religion in 1964. But the idea started in the 50s. And then the European Academy of Religion in Bologna, Italy, followed. I don't, which year was this? 2016. So it's a more recent institution. And because Africa was lacking one, those of us who had the opportunity to attend some sessions, conferences in the European Academy of Religions, came back with the idea of establishing one of our own. And I must say that Father Innocent took the lead in that. And being the hardworking man that he is, so far I think we are doing well, and very soon it should be up and running. So the question is, what is the need for an African Academy of Religions, and its purpose? Okay, as you all know, religion is powerful and persistent, and it's not showing any signs of disappearing anytime soon. Religion provokes soul searching in an eloquent and very forthright way. And the academy is meant for both practitioners and observers. And therefore, the research evolving from that will be for everyone interested to be informed about the world around them. And religion is therefore a curious phenomenon. It keeps asking questions and presenting challenges, and calls out for better understanding of among humanity. So it is a nugget that needs to be developed, that needs to be sustained, and that needs to be projected to the African scene. So I would like to ask the panelists to, from the right, from the left, to each say a word, something about what they understand about the Academy of Religions, and how they see it evolving in their concept.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the brief history you've provided, and through sharing with Father Innocent and others in the panel, I got a glimpse of where this idea came from. My ideas, sometimes I have crooked ideas. Pen and pencil, yeah. Still I will write in a crooked ways. Yes, I think there is a need for this kind of academy.
my only concern and really my prayer is that it becomes really an African academy. And what do I mean by that? It becomes an academy where African issues are discussed, are researched, are published, and disseminated. So that it becomes an academy where African culture has a priority. And really, as I mentioned in one of my interventions here, if we really want to contribute something to the European academy, to the American academy, then we must be serious with research in African culture, because there is very little that is done in terms of understanding what the African person is, what is his culture, his or her culture, what is his ambition. And given the context of our life, you know, it's an academy that emerges, that comes out of poverty, I would say that. Because Africa is poor. Although we may see all these buildings, we may get a wrong impression. But the fact is that we are poor. So the question of poverty should be part and parcel of the research that goes into that. But because we are concerned very much with religion, and religion is a multidisciplinary, it touches all aspects of life. So I would imagine that at some point it will address all these issues, questions of poverty, questions of the nature of the African person, you know, his culture, his or her culture. Sorry, I tended to ignore the other part of the... But at least it should involve the African person as he or she is today. And really, it must be emancipatory. It must help to liberate the African person from all these oppressive conditions that we find ourselves. Again, that cannot be done without research. It is only research that can bring all this out, and it is through the research that you can contribute to all these academies around the world. Maybe there is another academy in China, I don't know, in Japan, you never know. So we can always contribute to these academies by giving what we are ourselves as a people and as a culture.
Very much, Dr. Dr. Samita, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, our moderator. Maybe just putting it differently, but we are sharing the same thoughts. For it to be African, it means something very unique about ourselves. We've had conversations earlier on about our context, that we are having an academy that speaks to and from our context and helps the world to understand how we are able to reflect on issues of our context, and in that way, therefore, we are able to make our contribution. In my presentation, I talked about the issue of methodology on the market, on the global market of religion and religious ideas and thoughts. When they look at that market, what are the theories coming from us as we speak to our context? Because if we simply use theories that have already been generated, and I'm not saying there's everything wrong about them, but I'm just saying, no, some of those theories may not apply to us. But as we look at our situation, we develop theories that are relevant in our context, and when we apply them, others will also see whether those theories from us can work in their situation. And in that way, we would have made a contribution. Finally, an academy has, I believe, academic disciplines and standards of a very high threshold. So I also want to believe that as an academy, we'll also be able to present something very qualitative, something of very high standard in our analysis, in our study, so that somebody looking at that work may differentiate it from any other. So for it to be an academy, it must follow this scientific and very, academic disciplines that can be tested and be accepted by other highly reputable scholars. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by quoting my renowned scholar, John Samuel Mbiti. It was in a lecture, and he talked much of Africa, to such an extent that his audience, who were Western, asked him, "Hey, Professor, you're talking about Africa, Africa, Africa. Who are these Africans?" And of course, in his wisdom and knowledge, first of all, he gave them a smile. And then he says, "You have a problem. Africans know themselves very well. They don't need to be defined." End of quote. Here we are. And he continued and said, "We ourselves are conscious of you as in referring to the other religions. How conscious are you of our own African tradition? Do you choose not to know who Africans are, or you are ignorant?" Hence, the African Academy, therefore, from my own perspective, serves to respond to these questions that I raised, to such an extent that no one will doubt, no one will have reservations. From my own thinking, I would then rather say an African Academy of Religions should be a springboard. It should be a bedrock. It should be a fountain where religious people's quests are answered and resolved. It should be a stream flowing to quench African concerns, African worldview, African problems. It should also be that final stop which responds fully, relevantly to things religious in Africa. Especially given that, like what Professor Mary said, that there is a thin dividing line between religion and culture. Hence, an African Academy of Religion then should always be answerable either to African religion or African culture in their their sum total of understanding a way of life. An African Academy of Religion is where fundamental issues are resolved and given shape and meaning, so that people find relief when they get there. And of course, finally, an African Academy of Religion should be able to read the signs of the times, especially regarding the problems of today, not the previous problems. So I am saying it should therefore be able to respond to these issues as relevant, as adequately and meaningful, so that African people do have an answer to the reason why they exist, why something is the case, and possibly even the afterlife. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I must describe myself as a sad, but also a very happy person this afternoon. Sad because such a good thing as the African Academy of Religion had not started all this time. But also happy that at least we are talking about it now. And therefore, I want to say that the idea of the African Academy of Religion is, first of all, very important at this time, but it is also timely. We need actually to start it now. But at the same time, it is actually long overdue. I'm happy to learn that this idea is and has already been operational in many other parts of the world. This morning I was happy to learn about the European Academy of Religion. I have just learned from here that there is the American Academy of Religion. But we are not talking about the African Academy of Religion as a fashion, because it is happening elsewhere. But we need also to look at the aspect of religion in Africa. Religion is a factor in Africa, whether we like it or not. It's an issue we cannot wish away. We cannot overemphasize the fact that religion plays a very big role in Africa. Religion is largely present in Africa in all different shades. And so when we talk about religion, it has a very big role, a very big influence in Africa. We need, therefore, to research more about it. We need to know about it. We need to give it its correct, the different religious shades of religion in Africa. We need to give them their correct class.
Na hii Capuchin TV
education, Christian religious education, and this is allowed constitutionally as in the curriculum. However, the study of comparative religions, for example, is not there. And this is one of the gaps that we envisage the academy will fill. It is on the instruction of the study of religions. It is not religious learning. That's where I think that's where the difference lies. Because religious learning, as far as our concept is concerned, ends at high school. And our students take exams as part of the high school exams on that. But our universities, other than specialized universities, like now Tangaza, Catholic University and others, they do not teach religion per se, but so the academy will have a big role and a big impact on the study of religion. Okay, so that's one aspect of the importance of this religion that I would also like to explain. I would like now to open the floor for discussions. We've all heard what the panelists had to say. So the floor is open for questions and answer session. Welcome. Who's going first? Madam, thank you. Before that, I would like to go back to you. In the last panel discussion, you asked a question. Could you please repeat that question? Because to my hearing, I thought it's very relevant to this session also. Maybe our distinguished panelists will have something to say to you. You will follow after him. You'll be next.
Thank you, Sheikhna. My question reacting to the presentation of Professor Gitui, that's the name, was, Mary Gitui. She talked of the disintegration of religion. And I took this word, disintegration, to mean differences in our religions. And in her presentation, she was like saying we should not emphasize these differences. I named these differences the accidentals of religion. And these are the things that make our religions what they are. Now, if I do away with these accidentals, how will I be unique if I'm a Christian? How will I remain unique as a Christian without emphasizing these accidentals, the way I approach the divine? How will a Muslim remain a Muslim without emphasizing these accidentals, dwelling only on the essences? That was basically the question.
Well, I think this question brings in two really serious words: religious disintegration, but also accidentals. These are probably words we should use carefully. I don't know whether we look at disintegration in the negative way or even accidents in a negative way, but the fact is there are different religions operating in Africa. That's a fact that needs no overemphasis. But then, I think what the professor was trying to emphasize was we should look at the things that unite us within these many religions. In other words, whereas the different religions remain, but what are some of the issues that will bring us together as humanity? What are some of the key aspects emphasized in all these many religions? When we are teaching comparative religions, we are aware that there are many religions. We try to give them their different typologies. We certainly recognize that a Muslim is different from a Christian, but in terms of what they emphasize, what brings humanity together, they are the same. What they emphasize, things to do with love, justice, forgiveness. On many of these aspects, these religions have the same emphasis in teaching. But then, of course, in terms of practice and probably even theology, they may differ. And these differences can remain, but the differences remaining is not really an indication of disintegration. That's why I would have a problem with the word disintegration, especially when it is looked at in a negative way. I think there is a lot more that brings us together as a faithful than that it divides us or disintegrates us.
Okay. All right, it's okay. Let me begin from the point of view of John Hick, who is, of course, a philosopher. We are made to understand that John Hick, when he was writing, of course, he was a Christian theologian. He had passion for his religion. He had commitment. And also, he was reactive and combative. So much that he could have emphasized a point, but the point remained. Secondly, we take the issue of accidents. You are speaking just as a philosopher. Accidents, in simple terms, these are characteristics, elements, something that inheres on you, which you didn't have. They then just come. But the first thing is we look at the essence of a human being, the thisness of the human being. What makes you you? And if we now look at the disintegration vis-a-vis the essence of the human being, we don't see the essence, the disintegration, because first and foremost, we are human beings that are social, that are moral, and all these other isms. So I wouldn't see the disintegration if, for instance, we emphasize the essence of who we are, the essence of human beings, the humanity. Then the essence or the elements of you being a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu is something else because of the essence. I thank you.
Probably I would just recap what I heard Prof say, and her emphasis was on context and expression. That, yeah, there are things that may seem to make us different, but that's what we are because of our context and our way of expression. And if we emphasize that, then we are okay. The way I express God, the way I spiritualize God, what makes me unique. Yeah, I think that's the other point she argued, that we are unique. So we bring this uniqueness to the table to enrich one another, not to trample on one another. Yeah, I think that will be my contribution.
For me, when Professor Mary Gitwe was presenting, I slept a little bit, so I didn't understand what she meant. I didn't understand what she meant by accident. I tend to disagree there, because religious differences are not accidents. They are fundamentals. They are really basic. Because how do you come to the differences? You start by believing. Christians believe, Catholics believe, Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and through that belief comes the practice. You behave as a Christian, you behave and act as a Christian according to what you believe. So I wish Mary was here. I would have asked her, what do you mean by accidents? So for me, we should, the differences will be there. We won't eliminate them. And I think it's, but we should talk about them. We should try to understand one another. Because the problem is no effort is being done for Christians to understand what Muslims believe, and the Muslims to understand what Christians believe. And I think that's where, again, the African Academy becomes very relevant. Because we shall not only be talking about, culture, it can also become a platform for interreligious dialogue, where Christian beliefs, Muslim beliefs, Hindu beliefs, African traditional beliefs are articulated and expressed. And for me, that in itself is an achievement.
Thank you very much for your inputs, and I think the lady, I promised her she'll be next. And
Thank
after
you,
her
Moderate.
after her question, maybe I will ask the panel to consider what are the probable challenges that will face the establishment of the African Academy of Religions. Please welcome.
Thank you. I've taken so long, I think I forgot what I wanted to ask. But what I can say is I'm excited about the possibility of the establishment of this African Academy of Religion. It will be a forum to explore all the religions within the continent: Oriental, Muslim, Indigenous, Christianity, and so forth. And also how these religions deal with issues in life, peace building, development, issues of reconciliation, also interacting with other or being in conversation with other disciplines. And also the issue of theory and methods is very important. So I'm hoping that the collaboration between scholars of different disciplines, theology, history, ethics, and philosophy, and so forth, will help in contributing to the development of even more methods or an improvement of what we already have. We have borrowed. Mostly we borrow these theories, Durkheim, Peter Berger, and very many others. And I think it is important that we also work on these issues of theory and method in the study of religion. Thank you very much.
In the middle here. Please introduce yourselves as you talk, okay? So that we can.
Good afternoon. I'm Bawes Venelanda. I'm from Makerere University. I can see the panel is only made up of men. And I want to take you to the kitchen now. Suppose I ask you to go to the kitchen and prepare the ingredient for the African Academy. What would be the first ingredient that should be on the menu?
Thank you. That's a good question. Thank you very much. Shall we take two together? Three? You already have two questions, so let's answer that first. I'll come back to you and him.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm Dominic Odhiambo from St. Paul's University. My question is, most of the youths, or most of the Christians have borrowed culture from Western countries. And I've heard you people saying that we cannot discuss religion minus culture. So are we going to teach religion in another people's culture, or are we going to revive the African culture for us to teach religion? Thank you.
Yeah, and the question is the academy going to teach religion in the first place? Is that the idea? I think that's the question you're trying to ask and trying to answer at the same time. I think if you could pass the mic here, the panel will answer those questions, and then we'll come back to another set of questions. So the panel has thrown the questions back to the audience. Any takers? While they are thinking that out, maybe we can say something. Please hand over the mic. Thank you. You want to give us an answer? To which question? Tell us to which question. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe what is happening in our situation here, I believe that we clearly do not understand our cultures well. That is one. Because as a young boy, you grow into a community, you are not taught what you are supposed to do. No one teaches you what the culture is. You only see, observe, and you also pick certain elements out of it. And that is what we grow up with. And so if we now have people who have studied, or we should have people who should study our cultures well, and then lay down those elements within our cultural frames, I think we'll be equipped enough. And then we can also go out and impact this to the world. The second aspect is we do not understand what religion is. We do not understand what African religion is, what Christian religion is. So the two are always conflicting. And the first people or those who brought the message or the gospel message to us made us to discard certain elements which we hold them valuable in our cultures. But Christianity says, no, discard them. And now the African person is confused, going back and front, bringing this together. And that is why we are not growing. So I think that we need people who really understand the religion well, the culture well, to blend the two. And that can help us understand whatever we are doing. Thank you so much.
I would like to also give an opportunity to you, in addition to your question, maybe you could respond from a lady's perspective, from a religious person's perspective. I mean, you combine a lot of qualifications.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. I would want to say, maybe before asking my question, is that we are African Christians and Muslim and African Muslims, and not Christian Africans and not Muslim Africans. I don't know whether that is coming. And the other point is that we have God of culture, God within culture, God against culture, and God for culture. So when we combine all this, we can see the entry point of the African, the African Academy, or the Academy of Africa, whereby, of course, like he said, Africans do not need to be defined. They already define themselves. And that is why from where I come from, within my culture, probably I don't need the Kikuyu culture, because I am Kamba. And so by being a Kamba, I already know how the Kamba divined humanity, and not only women and men, but human beings, even from the kitchen all the way. But at least we have to know that we are human, we are valued, but again, we also need to understand that God is for culture, God is against culture at some point, God is also within the culture. And that is why from the Christian perspective, I have Jesus Christ within culture, Jesus Christ against culture, Jesus Christ for culture. And all this, then you come to find where Colin Chapman says, I also want to know about my neighbor's faith, the cross and the crescent, especially for Muslims and Christians. The cross and the crescent, my neighbor's faith. And if we know that, then we don't need to fight for, against one another just because of our religious affiliation. And so as a peace champion, then I would say that when I stand with Sheikh, and of course listen to him, understand what the Muslims approach about God and about their faith is, and he listens at me, then we coexist together for peace. I think that is what I can comment. But then my question is, in the African Academy, where maybe we need also to ask ourselves the place of gender and the place of women also in the academy. As we see, for example, like Doc is saying, we can see that, I don't know whether this is the picture, but then, thank you very much.
Apparently it is the picture, isn't it? But it's not the reality. It could have been different. Yes.
Yeah, I think I want to clarify something, and it is something I mentioned in the intervention before. I understand people are drawing a dichotomy between religion and culture, as if they are two different things. Please, they are not. Religion is culture. It is part and parcel of culture. So this Platonic tendency to draw a dichotomy between religion and the culture is misleading, and it can lead us into very complicated problems. That's all I want to say.
Can I say something about that? When we are reading the works of Mbiti, who is a celebrated scholar in African religion, somewhere he says that in Africa, religion is an integral part of the people's culture. Actually, he says religion and culture are so integrated that you cannot separate the two. You cannot separate an African from their culture, but also from their religion. Therefore, it really becomes difficult when we try to create a dichotomy between culture and religion. To me, really, the religion is practiced within the context of the people's culture. But we have a number of questions. Maybe let's first exhaust that.
Let's just also just trying to add, of course, taking his view. I quote, John S. Mbiti says, Africans are notoriously religious. In fact, they exist in a religious universe. They are found every day in a religious drama. To exist is to be religious, and to be religious is to exist. Of course, that's him. But I also tend to differ a bit, because I close my eyes there, then you see this person. Does he start to be cultural and then be religious? Or does he start to be religious, then cultural? The chicken egg debate, this is it. And I think we would overemphasize and go to the extreme a bit if we say these things are the same. Do you start to be religious, or you start to be culture? Or you exist first, then you are religious? This is where the point is. Thank you.
We are involved in an entangled web. It is just like this. You come into a world which is already cultured. There is no question what becomes, what starts and what ends. No, you come into a world which is already cultured. If you are born in an African culture, you are born in that religion, as Mbiti says. You prefer to quote Mbiti very often. But it's Mbiti who says you are born into that religion. So you could have said you are born into that culture. You see, so it's not a question of what is that. We are trained into this, these dichotomies and what comes first, what ends. Slowly we must get out of that.
Thank you, the panel, for that reaction. I have that hand and yes, and this one. Please make it short. We are running out of time. You still have another question or a comment? Okay. So, and then after that, I'll invite Ilaria to give me a perspective of something I'm going to ask you. So
yes, there's an agitation here.
Since you're standing there, you can start with the lady, yeah?
Yeah, the question about what comes first.
Can you give her the ingredients? Can you give her the mic? She can. You would like to ask the question yourself?
Ask the question. She needed an answer.
You have not been answered?
Yes.
So she has not been answered.
I hope we understood her question. She said, what would be the first ingredient on the menu if the African Academy was to be established It's quite not an easy question to answer, but I really want to understand, does it mean what we need to start with, or what would be the ingredient on the menu, the first ingredient on the menu? Probably my panelists will understand it better, but to me, I think if it has to be how we start, then we need to think of maybe, first of all, we need to benchmark with the institutions that have already had it, but also to put structures in place for its operation. I would think that would be the first item on the menu moving forward.
I wouldn't answer this one because yes, the answer already. There has been answers as there are respondents to your question. But I would maybe look onto the same issue that we raised, the issue of culture and possibly uniting the cultures. And then the issue of gender balance, gender equity, and gender equality. These are some of the things that I have to look into and possibly have what I may call a theological pilgrimage into other people's cultures. Thank you.
Actually, I thought we had, in my view, I thought we had answered, because the way I understood her is that what will be the core issues that we would deal with, and this is what we've been discussing. But I agree with my colleague that perhaps we would need to put some structures in place. But as to what are the priorities, I think these are conversations, because where we are a group, priorities will not be what are my priorities. My priorities will differ from, so it will be a consensus. We have to build consensus. I think that's what we would do. But structures are important. How are we going to organize ourselves? Maybe have office. And, yeah.
I think the question of menu demands us to determine a priori what we are going to do. It's an approach which I'm very worried about. For me, I prefer the situation, the context to determine the menu. You never know. Maybe that time, when it starts, there will be a burning issue in Africa which need to be addressed. So we can't leave that, because in this meeting we decided that on the menu, in our menu, there is this. I think the menu will tie us down to I prefer to leave it open and see, again, to use this language of the very,
Okay, before we go to the next person, I want to make this interjection. That what if we look at it from the existential issues, like poverty, gender inequality, the role of women and the place of women in society, and commercialization of religion. And from that perspective,
I'm not. My view is it's okay. We can have that list of items which we have to address, but sometimes the context demands approach and answers that are immediate. You are not going to say, now let us leave this issue and then address the one we had on our agenda, which we decided in 2023. Anyway, that's too bad.
I think that question is very valid. It's very pertinent. And if I may turn it around, I think what you're asking is, what are the challenges the academy will face in terms of what value will it add? And in my view, I think the academy should not shy from tackling not only religion, but politics and life thereafter. Yeah, it should be open. It's an institution of learning. It's a research institution. It's like the Academy of Sciences. Okay, so in this case, you're talking of the Academy of Religions. So how does religion relate to all other aspects of life? And I think that's the beginning, in my view. Have I answered that question? Thank you, ma'am. I saw another hand at the back there. Okay. So this time, because we are running out of time, you have a question.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's not a question. What I gather from the different contributions here is we're grappling with the question, what would this academy be? For me, basically, by definition, it is an academy that is concerned with religious issues in Africa in an academic way. So it's a platform to deal with religious issues in Africa. And how will we do that? Those are practicalities. As it has been suggested, there is need to put in place structures. But I would think, before we reach that stage, there should be at least a group of people who can think through what these structures will mean logically. And then the functioning of the academy, because it is based on issues, then that structure will kind of propose some themes. I don't know if it will be yearly or every 6 months. They'll propose a theme which we can deal with, and at the end of it, hopefully, publish something on that theme. And then other people can react to that theme. So it becomes like the governing together of the different people on particular issues. And so everyone is free to propose a kind of a theme to be discussed by the academy in line with what it is defined to be.
Very much. Exactly, that's what academy is all about, in my view. I agree with you. People have varied opinions. The approach is one thing, the practicality is another. But I think it's an institution first and foremost. And it's a center of excellence at the same time. And it should be able to focus much more deeply on African religions. Someone mentioned in their comments that we borrowed these religions from elsewhere. Muslims borrowed, it was brought in to us from elsewhere. Christianity was brought to us from elsewhere. But are we doing the analysis? Are we understanding those religions? Somebody said we don't understand that. So is it the American Academy that will research for us? Is it the European Academy that will research for us? No. I think that is the main purpose now of the African Academy of Religions. And that should be its primary focus. And with that, I would like to ask Ilaria to please comment on what could be the contribution of African Academy of Religions to global discourse on the role of religion in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I quote myself what I said before during my intervention. The contribution would be to help and understand the world because, as I said, religions are changing so deeply globally that if we cannot look or we have not a clear idea how Africa thinks and works, and African believers, but also African human, I mean, you don't have to be a believer. What is their culture? I think you miss really the tools to understand how in general the world is changing. So for me, this is the biggest contribution is to help us understand and learn, obviously. Learn from finally a perspective that it's an original one, that it's not an artificial perspective, you know, coming from someone who is obviously not deeply into this culture. And lacks also the background information about this culture. This is not a critique on all of Europe. It's just that we do not know. So the fact that you teach, you help to know better. Yeah, I think that would be the greatest contribution. Thank you.
Very much. That concludes our discussion for today. I would like to express our gratitude and thanks to the panel, the panelists seated in front of us, to all those who asked questions and added their contributions, to the exchange of ideas. I'm sure that has brought us to a point where now we can see clearly where the the academy is likely to go and the benefits accrued from the establishment of such an institution. It is now my pleasure to hand the mic back to Father Innocent for the rest of the program. May we give the panelists a clap?
So thank you also very much to our moderator, General Bashir. So we are coming to the end of this this conversation and this conference. So what I'm going to do now are the concluding remarks and the way forward. So first of all, I would like to thank the VERAD team. We started with the kickoff meeting of the project and agreement on the how we are going to collaborate together, and of course the signing of the collaboration agreement collaboration. And the Academy, African Academy of Religion, is also anchored in this project, at least on the part of IRDIS. As we have done, there are different work packages, and each one has its own role to play in the success of the project, which will last for 3 years. Thank you also for all the participants, and I would like to thank in a special way St. Paul, who have really come, and St. Paul has always been part. Reverend is always part of the summer school. She's a member of staff of the summer school. I had already mentioned also Frederick Musindai, who really through the intermonastic dialogue and with the Shia brought us into contact with our brothers and sisters from the Shia community, especially in Iran. Special mention to General Bashir, who has been a link between Tangaza and the Muslim community, especially our memorandum of understanding with Umma University. Yeah. So thank you very much. So as Bashir already said, he was the first one to attend from Tangaza to attend the European Academy of Religion, together with Charles Odira, almost at the very beginning of the European Academy of Religion. That must have been 2017, or 18 that they attended that. Yeah, and then in January this year, we put forward that idea around again a conference that we had, and the conference was Religion and Human Dignity. Yeah, we did human dignity and religion, and that also was not new, because in 2018 we had been invited to Brussels, but by Jan Figels, who was the representative of the European Commission on Religious Affairs outside of Europe. He had brought us together to discuss on the issue of human dignity and religion, what we used to call Hudire. Unfortunately, things changed within the European Commission and Union, and that idea was somehow shelved. But I understand that there is somebody who has been appointed once again to that office. But that is due also to the passion of Jan Figels. So I would like to recognize that. So during the conference we had in January, that's where we discussed about a possibility of creating an African Academy of Religion. And the insistence was very much in the line of what Dr. Evariste Magote said, really from an African perspective. And I think Ilaria also very much emphasized to delink somehow this new project from the European Academy of Religion. It was still new, and she did not want to bring along, the European Academy of Religion. But today, I'm happy because the president himself has said, I'm going to support this initiative. So it's a process, yeah. Even for the president of the European Academy of Religion to stamp and say, I'm going to support you, is already something that we cannot take for granted. So this is a second conversation. Yeah. For this to take place, we need to continue the conversation and bring so that we understand, and then we are ready to collaborate together. So what is the way forward? I think the way forward was already put by Father Felix, that we need now to put up a structure that will help us now to come up with a formally instituted African Academy of Religion. We have agreed, but so far this is an idea, until there is a constitution, until there is a team, and then so on and so forth and so forth. Yeah? So we are not yet there. So the way forward is to put up a team that will help us now to come up with a structure, which is the African Academy of Religion. In January, a team was proposed already, but then the VERAD project took us a lot of our attention, and that really, so it was put on the second plan. From what I have heard today from Tuhirire, Chris, it is now, right, Chris? Yeah? Overdue. That's why you're sad. Why didn't we start it before? It is now. So as if now we are ready now to really to move forward. Now, at this juncture, I would like to take again the names which were proposed and those who agreed to be part of the team, and officially commission this team to start the work. Yeah, so that at least it becomes a reality. So that will be really now a second step from what we had in January, now to officially commission this team to start now helping us towards now a institutionalization of what we are calling African Academy of Religion. Just by the way, you hear that from Mary Gitui, the American Academy of Religion is coming to Kwea in November. So I mean, that's what she said here. Yeah, he's coming to Kwea. So it's really timely, yeah? So that at least when such, organization come, they can find a counterpart with whom, to dialogue. It will be Kwea. And I'm sure Professor Gitui might bring us on board, yeah? Yeah, so to be part of that conversation. So now, allow me to just to mention the team, which, and I assume that individuals who are here have consented somehow or agreed to be part of the team, part of the future Academy of Religion. Okay. So the team which was proposed was from IRDIS, General Bashir Yusuf, Father David Eliaona, myself, and then we have a new Director of the Institute for Interreligious Dialogue and Islamic Studies, Father Felix, because it's an initiative of the Institute for Interreligious Dialogue and Islamic Studies. Then we have Professor Mary Getui from Kwea. We have Prof. Philomena Mwaura from Kenyatta University, and we have Professor Jesse Mugambi. They will bring to this the wealth, because they belong and they have been part of the creation of similar organization. I said Professor Mwaura with the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians, but there is also the African History, I don't know, you mentioned it, huh? Yeah, they were part, and then maybe they know also the challenges and so on, so their contribution will be very, very much welcome, because they have a certain experience as they help us to nurture this baby. And then we have Dr. Solani Sakuba from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and we had at that moment Dr. Fatima Bapumia from the University of Dar es Salaam. So it's just a team that will help us now to come up with a structure, the way we start any organization to be accepted, legally accepted, and so on. So if you allow, then that we commission them today, yeah, so that we can see now how we are going to move forward. So those are the names which already were proposed. As I said, this conference is second to what we had already in January. And I think here there is a gender balance in the names. So Uganda is not. You will propose Chris from Uganda? Yeah, okay, because Uganda. Okay, yeah. So there is Chris. Do you accept to be part of the team? Yeah. No, not the gender balance. Just no. It's just yeah. No, it's also because of national. I mean, that's just the balance. Yeah. Yes. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You want to say something? Okay, and I understand because again, under the VERAD team, Zimbabwe is not part of the team, and then also Uganda. But of course, this was already, the people were online in the meeting that time. I think with your permission, within the VERAD consortium, I think it would be also fair that a member of each of these 5 institutions is represented into the team. Okay? Would that be fine? Would that be fine? So, Francis, would you be part of the team? You don't need to consult because you are here present and you have you are part of the discussion. Would that be fine? that is democracy. Okay, and Chris also, yeah? So that all the members of the VERAD team are represented here. Tanzania, there is one, Bapumia, but is not part of the your religious studies, but what Department of Sociology, yeah. But you could see how then maybe that was connection within the university. If how do you see, or you want somebody from your team to be, and again, part of this? Yeah, the VERAD team. Okay, fine. Then yes. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's just a steering committee and so on. So it will be fine if we have a representative from the University of Dar es Salaam, but of course that is also within the VERAD. So I've been fine. Eh? Okay. Okay. Good. So the names which are going to be added today is Chris Tuhirire, and then Francis from Arupe University. Okay, and then we move forward under the leadership, of course, of IRDIS, which is coordination. At this time we are talking about coordination, yeah, so that we see that this takes place as soon as it's possible, as soon as we can to do that. Those will be my final remarks. So we consider officially the team to steer this project constituted. Now, how they are going to work, then they will see how to do that. And then the intervals of the meeting and the mode of the meeting and the delivery of their mandate, they will define, and then let us know about that. So once again, thank you very much for your participation. And lastly, these are now 2 projects, and so we have the first conference. If we are talking about publication, then something should come out of the conference in January, and something should come out of this conference. And then how will it be done? Then that will be communicated soon. Yeah. So once again, thank you very much. And for those who are traveling back tonight, we wish you a safe journey home. Others are traveling tomorrow. May God bless you. And it's our hope, all of us, that we will celebrate the birth of the African Academy of Religion very, very, very soon. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Father Fred, can you bless us as we conclude? So please, after this, there is a cup of tea. Do not, as we go, we shall take a group photo. Is it best inside here or outside? You will tell us. Outside, outside, yeah. So, Father Fred. Yeah.
Let us stand and pray. Almighty, ever-living God, we thank you. You created us in your own image and likeness. We are your children. We thank you for the hours you spent together trying to deliberate on how to deliberate ourselves as sons and daughters of Africa, in order to understand you better and better. Give us wisdom, give us good health, empower those that have been appointed to carry this project forward. We ask this trusting you, who live and reigns forever and ever.
So, thank you very much. Let's proceed for a cup of tea. No, first we go outside here. Okay. So, please, just a minute. You say we can take it here? Okay.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanya mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanya mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic, na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic, na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Number 510678, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya na mabisho bisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy, what is happening leo. Kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna misiku. Ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 510678. Account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 0678, account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name Caps TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanya mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanya mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, uwaombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name CAPS TV.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name capstv.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna misa takatifu kila siku. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata nafasi utazame CAPUCHIN TV. Jambo la pili, waombee kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Manake ndio TV ya kipekee ya Catholic na mabishop wanaisupport kabisa, manake inafanya kazi mzuri. Kama leo, kama kuna watu wako Italy wangependa kuangalia what is happening leo, wangepata nafasi. Kwa hivyo muwaombee sana kwa hiyo kazi nzuri ambao wanafanya. Na jambo la tatu, muwasupport. Wewe wana Paybill number, watumie hata ni kama ni shilingi 2. Kwa hivyo tafadhali muwasupport, muwatumie kitu kidogo kwa Paybill number na mambo hayo, ili waweze kuendelea na hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo asanteni Father kwa hiyo kazi mzuri ambayo mnafanya.
Tuendelee kufanya kazi. Paybill number 51068, account name capstv.
Na hii CAPUCHIN TV ni chombo kizuri sana, na chombo hiki kazi yake ni evangelization. Kwa hivyo ningeomba mfanye mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, tafadhali wewe enda uangalie CAPUCHIN TV. Kuna mambo mazuri sana, kuna maombi, kuna watoto wanafanya mambo mazuri, kuna mafundisho, kuna